Welcome everyone, I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday. To make it even better, we have some China Division 1 Winter Tour Dota action coming your way. I'm going to be your host Nati. Joining me is going to be Kezu, T-Gov, and Syndrin. Hey, what's up?
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
What's up? That's it.
That's it. That's the whole segment.
What's up?
Fantastic. How are you guys feeling though? Because it is day number 7 of China. We've had a lot of action go down over the last little bit, and it's shaping up to be a region.
Well, I would say I'm feeling good. I'm looking forward to Dawn Gaming giving me some good games here against Aster. I think they've had enough, what do we call it, beatdowns that I think they could learn from them and truly enable their team to bounce back.
Okay, that's putting it bluntly, I guess.
Yeah.
Things are looking rocky, but I don't know if they can emulate rocky because I think Aster looking way too good, 3-0. They played up against the good teams as well, and I am expecting a swift series from Aster, but that's the thing. We want to set the scene, you know, Aster being the dominant team, Dawn looking like the 8th place team, but maybe they show something new, so I'm going to try and make everyone have that same emotion.
Yeah, let's set the scene by actually having a look at day number 6. Let's have a little bit of a recap about the series that we saw there. It started off with LGD versus eHome, and it went all 3 games. LGD lost game number 2. eHome took that one, but then LGD secured it, winning 2-1. How was eHome able to take some of those games, well, that game, I guess, off from Syndrome?
I mean, they I have to say this was not a series that I covered.
I didn't know that. Now I feel bad.
That's all right.
Anyway.
It's hard to follow every single game. I did watch the 3rd game, so I could tell you how LGD absolutely annihilated them.
Oh, well then, yeah, then we got it said.
That's the main thing from this series that I saw. I believe Kezu, were you on this one?
Yeah.
I think it's better you
Yeah, like I think the second series had a lot to do. It was a series where Marcy was heavily contested, I think, and in the second game I think Zhao Yu really popped off. And I think it was also one of the games where we said the LGD second phase was maybe not ideal, I think. But then towards the last game, I think LGD, they really like shaped up their draft. They had like this last pick troll against the Marcy. Like I think it was about the time where they realized what they had to change. They adapted, and then they just kind of, you know, cleaned it out.
Yeah, I think eHome's proven to us that they are one of the best teams at pulling out these one-game drafts that just dominate literally anyone.
Yeah.
But I think they're still missing that extra little bit of something to get them over the edge in an entire series. And they recently picked up God King as their coach. And I think maybe that addition, try and find out some extra strategies, because like, if they can get this in game 1, whip out another banger draft 2, then they could easily be beating any of these teams. Just I think, unfortunately, their playbook isn't deep enough to actually go toe-to-toe with the big top 3 of China. But again, they have made, I think, their best improvements out of any of the teams outside of the top 3,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it is hard for them to, I guess, have that consistency and how aggressive their lineups are when they win a game off of it. Series 2 was Aster versus Aster Aries. It was a 2-0, so ended the day pretty swiftly. Game number 2, though, I know we're going to watch highlights from game number 1, but I feel like we just need to spend all of our time talking about game number 2.
Yeah, so the second game of this series was very long, and yeah, it was a excuse me. It was a series that we thought Aster was going to just clean house, but Aries did a really good job adapting in game number 2, and for the most part, the the flow of the game was very different from what I was expecting. And Aster Ares just started slowly but steadily building up a huge advantage. And then when it was time to go high ground and they had like, I think a 25,000 gold lead and they had Aegis and all the advantages in the world, they struggled to break into the base and they lost way too many heroes. I think this might be the clip actually of that game. So they have this massive advantage, and the problem is that they will be pushing into displacement heroes, and they did a really good job on Aster's side playing defensively around Batrider and Tiny and Glimpse. So they managed to get the heroes into base, they popped their Eon discs, they found the kills. I think there was two diebacks in this fight from Aster Ares, and then Aster, honestly, they just ran it down mid and won. So quite the crazy comeback here.
Sometimes running it down mid is the key to win.
Sometimes that's a good thing.
1 out of 10 games, but yeah, lucky
This was the one.
Yeah, this
You
was
see
the one.
The dieback Viper is coming up, I think, and then the Rubik as well.
That feels so bad. You know, when you're playing these games and you're in this position, and then the enemy team triple buys back, and then you buy back and TP's into the same position, it's like there isn't any difference in resources. They're still going to be able to fight you. So I think past the Ares at least, it clearly was a showing of we're winning the fight, just go, 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 and then in hindsight,
Tripped over their own laces at the end.
The calls got a little bit diluted, but the fact that they were able to get themselves in this position, again, I feel like Aster Ares at least, the games that they played, they are looking like a middle pack team, but against the top teams, they're still taking these games to like the edge. It's like they could win, they're just missing that extra little bit of something. Same thing, I guess, like eHome, but I think eHome's got a little bit needing of playbook and draft. Aster Ares is like a little bit of cleaning up in the game, and that's like the difference between them winning these series or not. So again, DPC, let's maybe get back to them Tour 2, Tour 3, and they could be the top 4 contenders if they just shape it up.
I mean, technically both eHome and Aster Ares could still make 4th place.
That's true.
I mean, they could even make 3rd, but I do think these 3 giants that we've talked about are probably taking those slots.
Yep.
But I think the 4th place in China is going to get really exciting, actually, as well. Under the assumption that we lock in the other 3, which we haven't done just quite yet, right? There's Knights as a possibility. There's Aster Ares. There is eHome. And I would say IG probably maybe a bit below for me. But
eHome would be my favorite.
Yeah, I think
to take
eHome
this
for me
4th
too.
slot.
Yeah.
We can have a look at the leaderboard here. Team Aster obviously looking great. They're 3 wins. LGD 3 wins, 1 loss. And then on the other side, it's Aster Ares with 3 losses. And also joining them is Dawn Gaming, 3 losses too. But the thing I kind of want to talk about, you guys are talking about all these possibilities where you think everything could go. But when we talked yesterday to Aster, we had XXS, and he said LGD, Aster, XG, and Aster Ares were his top 4. Like, he had the faith in Aster Ares. I don't know if you guys really do either.
I mean, they lost the first 3 series to the best 3 teams in the division, right? So, and if he thought they looked good, I could understand why he would be I mean, he's probably also rooting for them, right? Because it's Aster Ares, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's like contractual obligation. You must say that I hope our other
any
team
interview, you have to include Aster
I hope our
Ares.
other team makes
Include
it.
your little brother.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's 4-3 is the score you need to at least get to tiebreakers for 4th place. I think
It
you
could be
rarely
clean.
you rarely see 3-4s being like the limit. So I think for Aster Ares, it really is the final 4 series. Just clean sweep all of them, and then we can talk about that tiebreaker.
Just clean sweep them.
Yeah, just start winning. But again, they nearly beat Aster game 2. They took Extreme to 3 games. I don't think any of these other teams, like I don't think IG or Dawn will be able to replicate this. So that alone puts a little bit of a pecking order in the bottom. But yeah, again.
They could start doing that clean sweep that you so desperately want them to have, T-Gub. Today we had the schedule just up on screen before. It's starting off with Aster versus Dawn, and then it's going to be Aster Ares against IG. And this is going to have to be the start, T-Gub, for that run for them. Let's have a quick touch-up on that series. How highly rated do you think Aster Ares are against IG?
I feel from gameplay at least, they've been a little bit more consistent. So I am expecting Aster Ares to be able to beat IG. I think IG is a little bit more volatile, and they really need a good draft to be able to play. I think Aster Ares, they don't need the best heroes to be able to execute a little bit higher. So I am expecting IG to be the underdog in that series, and that could be the start of the clean sweep.
I mean, even though Aster Ares have lost most of their games against IG, I would favor them too. I actually feel like out of purely gameplay, IG have looked more shaky than them.
Well, let's chant.
Chanting?
Aster.
I was going to say chat and jump at the same time. It just kind of came out like that. But this series, Game 1 draft is already up on our screen, so you guys get to talk about drafts and teams at the same time. Lucky you. It's Aster versus Dawn, because you can have free reign. Whatever you want to talk about right now, do it.
There's a Nature's Prophet ban first that I do not understand.
I thought it was going to be
But-
about the teams.
No, I will. Dawn Gaming have won their most recent series in like Tier 2 Chinese tournament.
Yep, they did.
So I think they're coming off of a win, which is good.
Riding that high.
Because if they had not done that, they would have came off a loss in DPC, as they have not won a game yet. So maybe that will help.
Okay, so to give context, right, they're playing this online tournament with these Division 2 SEA Chinese teams, a couple open qualifier teams. I think they placed middling in the group stage. They played against Neon Esports, lost the upper bracket. Then they did a little bit of a lower bracket run, beating Atlantis and Lil Gun, reigniting that comeback against. So they're basically
Fire
top
behind-
3.
underneath them.
But they've won 2 series, and this might sound kind of like a meme, but for Dawn Gaming, how bad DPC is going, any dub is
It's
going to
good.
make these
Yeah.
guys
They
feel
need
better.
momentum, is
It's,
what
go-
you're saying.
it's going to give them some confidence and some strategies, and I think at least Furion has been very prominent even in the DPC losses. I think another hero is going to be Slark you have to think about, and then also
So
for
Marcy too.
Yep, Marcy has been very good in the region. And for Son Goku, at least, he's been playing some more initiating teamfight style heroes, be it a Dark Zero Enigma, unlike in DPC, where they've been lacking that a lot in draft. So maybe they are just finding themselves as a team week by week or even day by day.
If you're Son Goku, you have to play Marcy, right?
Well, I was going
It's
to
like-
say, Dawn ban
They
out
banned it.
Marcy, though. Like,
Yeah.
they
He
really
wasn't there.
boxes.
He was AFK, so he didn't get to say that this is the one hero he wants to roleplay. All right, they gave away Lina. That's bold.
Yeah,
This hero is very good, I've heard.
Yes.
And,
speculation.
I'm not sure what its combined win rate is now across all regions, but we're probably
Oh, you want that?
around the 60% mark
Yeah,
at this
you
point.
want that? Are you
Yeah,
going
it's
for
too-
it?
it's
Okay,
too
you
high.
got it. You got
And
it.
it's
Alright.
it's basically getting first phased every game. So if a core hero gets first phased and has a 60% win rate, it's an indication that the hero is just exceptionally powerful when
It
the
has-
sample size is that big.
56% win rate across
So
all regions.
56 is still very high for a one-dimensional hero that gets
Yeah.
first phased.
I don't know
I'm
who
still
lost in it.
I'm surprised that it is that low, actually, when we see the games. I feel like maybe I've just been
There has
privy
to
to watch the games
yeah, I
where
was
it's
going
been
to say there has
owning,
to be a
but-
region because yesterday in Western Europe, when we looked, it was 60%.
Right.
Do you want me to break
Across
it down
all
and
regions.
call out what regions? the
No,
worst
I'm
at
good.
Lina?
Instead, a Tusk
SEA.
tree.
I mean, I think
Wait, isn't it?
They
Or
did
is it-
get a
Listen,
one-
you're just starting calling out regions, mate.
they
I've not even
they
checked.
didn't get a 1 hour
Oh,
loss.
I thought you knew.
They
No,
did get
I
a
was
1
about
hour
to
loss
check.
on SEA.
I think just to look at the first pick Lina, I think they set up for it pretty nicely. They banned the clock for it, they banned the natures, the heroes that have been very good against it. Dawn Gaming get the Tusk, a pretty good hero right now, as is Treant. I do think these two heroes together are not really the answer I would look for against Lina. But I do think the way Aster closed out the phase with the Ember, I think we saw something similar yesterday. It was like a Tusk Brood opening. You go Ember, you feel safe, you're not under too much threat, it's a nice Ember game, so I think Aster's opening is pretty good here.
Yeah, it also removes the flexibility of their opening, but you don't really care. And I think for Dawn at least, I'd love to see that Tusk move into the mid lane against the Ember, just because then you have equal heroes in mid lane, and you can think about pressuring on the side lane. I don't think, like, Dawn with this Tusk, you don't want to go for, like, a Death Prophet or something, because then it just counters you, right? Like, you want to have some fight in that lane, and I feel like keeping that lane very open, maybe see the support of Aster, so then you know both heroes, then you get to double pick an off lane that maybe pressures Lina. That could be pretty good. And we mentioned the Furion ban. If they're banning Furion, you're forcing your opponent to ban Lina. Because if they don't ban Lina, you're picking it, and now one of the best counters, at least in my opinion, in the side lane against Lina is this Furion. If you're not laning into it, you just TP in, overwhelm the Lina,
Yeah.
and you slowly collapse the map before she gets to her 3-4 item timing that she is like a 1v9 hero.
I think the one hero I could like for Dawn here to open the phase, if they don't want to put the Tusk mid, is Bad Rider. I think it lanes well into the Ember, it kind of ruins Lina's game. But I would be okay if they do put the Tusk mid, then they just need like a some valuable pick on the offlane, whatever they kind of decide to go for. I don't know if they have a strong idea yet. They are taking their time. They did ban out the Kato, very good with the Ember, so I think overall their bans are looking solid.
I think my biggest concern for Dawn is the tempo that this Aster lineup could end up bringing, right?
Yeah.
So we've seen some of Dawn's games earlier in the DPC. They kind of got absolutely rolled by LGD, for example. It just went way too fast. They didn't ever get a foothold in the game. Ember is the type of hero that can do this with the right combinations in the side lanes. So I think this is a really interesting solution. This Invoker could be Quaswex against Ember. It's a really annoying matchup for Ember. I guess you can slight dodge the EMP, but Invoker should have a good game, and then the counter isn't really so much in the lane as it is later on in the game when the rotations start happening. Ember really doesn't like getting tornadoed. He loses Flame Guard, and he has to jump away from EMP or at least play around it very wisely. However, Dawn don't have anything when BKB start coming out right now. That is a bit of a worry.
There's one option for Dawn at least, which is this Exhort Invoker. You skip the known counter for Ember, and it's this run and gun of, if you ever catch them early on, a punch, a snowball into Sunstrike, those type of kills. So they can double down with having an off laner and a carry that can also utilize this in the side lanes. You just get the Invoker fat through side lane aggression, and then in the entry to mid game, you've got a couple early blinks, and it's just vision, find Lina, keep that going. But that type of play style, that's like tier 1 TI winning style, like aggression. Like Dawn really need to kind of overplay and how they've been playing so far to do that type of stuff. But it could work out. And ooh, a Sven as well. I mean, Sven probably just pods 5 in this scenario, just because of the fact that you have Lina in the safe lane. You always want to have that melee hero to enable. And now that you know the Tusk is most likely support, any type of armor will make the support feel worse. Like you don't have items to bridge the gap of the tankiness. So I expect to be sensible and Lina carry here.
I think Asta ran out of fire heroes to pick, so they had to pick Sven. They wanted to triple down against Treant. This is a
Click of Flames.
If this was a Pokemon battle, I would definitely choose the bottom team because I think there's a lot of weakness to fire in the top one. Both the Ice Tusk and the Nature Treant.
They all burn.
Grass and Ice against fire is worrisome. But it doesn't matter if you're silenced, then you can't use your elements at all. This lineup from Dawn looks very hard to play for me. I think they're very ultimate reliant with Treant and the Silencer Global Silence when that's down. Their damage is kind of tricky to connect, and they're playing into super high tempo, right? So I'm a little bit worried for Dawn that if the lanes don't go well, they don't ever get to really get in any sort of control in the game. So I would like to see the Invoker Quas Wex. I think Exort at this point is just too greedy. Like you're going to get exploded.
With the Silencer pick now, it's like they're moving away from the Exalt option, and it's also like is it Tusk offlane here? So like Tusk offlane, Tree 5, Tree 4, like they've got a lot of heroes kind of doing the same thing in the role. So I'm a little bit worried that they don't have this gotcha pick, again their second pick, and their final pick in the second phase was a Silencer. Like it helps with the skirmishing aspect, but the picks before aren't the most skirmishing hungry heroes. Like Tusk can be from the mid lane, or with the correct laning partner. Invoker can be if the rest of your team does it, but I feel like they're still missing at least 2 heroes to go, okay, we're playing in your face. So yeah, on the flip side, Asta, they're going to be happily scaling throughout this game. Really going to have to think about what Dawn wants to pick. I think Avoid from Asta's bans here at least could have been some late game kind of comfort for Dawn.
I mean, I think Asta are going to eye for some hero like maybe Mars, give themselves some more team fight. I think like right now, if you look at Dawn's heroes, it's the type of lineup where I look at it, there's going to be a fight at the 10 to 15 minute mark. They're going to throw their spells. They're going to kill one hero, because that's all the heroes can really do. You throw all your single target spells in global. One hero's dead, and then Astra are like, okay, you're all dead.
Okay, now take a fight.
Sven just comes, pah! And like kills all of them.
It's a support Sven. He's going to go, pah! And then Lina will go, pah!
He's going to stream, give Lina movement speed, and he's like, you kill all of them.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I would also like Brewmaster for XXS. I think that's also a really good pick here. Against Treant, against I think against Invoker, that matchup's actually super annoying because the moment Brewmaster splits, you're just going to get cycloned the whole fight. Like, Invoker has to play on the outskirts naturally as a hero, and Brewmaster is one of the heroes that can get to that backline and just take it out of play constantly. You might say that it's a little bit dangerous into Silencer, but I actually think as a Brew, you're relatively likely getting off your ult just because of the lack of damage. So
yeah, like they lack damage. You have Sven, you also have the Cookie. Yeah. I think anything that can like anchor the fight in a way, maybe like Tide, Mars, Brew, in any of these heroes I think would fit very well for them.
Yeah, for Dawn at least, carry-wise, that countered the Lina, or at least get on top of Lina. You've got Slark still available. It was one of the heroes that Dawn have succeeded with the online tournament, but it's also, I feel like they're just picking individual heroes if they do this. They're not picking heroes that help each other out into the game. It's more, you want to play Silencer, you might want to play a Slark. At least from the carry pool, I'm not seeing the carry that he's played before that connects everything together still. But, you know, Asta, they need to pick first out the phase. Dawn will see all the information. You've mentioned the off-lane pick so far. The Brewmaster, I think I like the most.
I really hope they pick Brew, because he has a fire spell. So
I was like, are you just saying 5 things?
He has really Cinder Brew. Do you guys remember that patch we had for 1 week where that amplified fire damage only? I think that was a really interesting idea.
That's why they're not going to pick it. Yeah,
I thought that was actually probably one of the worst ideas we've had implemented in Dota, which is a shame because I do like Pokemon, and I really felt like that was a connection between the two games there. That there's
True,
like
I really like that one.
in-element synergy, but
We were actually
it wasn't
talking
meant to
about
last.
this.
It was
Weirdly,
it was
the
really
most-
weird.
The most Googled Pokemon per country.
Yep.
Yeah, we were randomly having that chat. Do you know what Romania's is?
Most Googled Pokemon.
Yeah, just what-
Pikachu.
And there's the brew.
You're wrong.
no,
But
it
right about the brew. So I guess.
Fire! Yes! Burn, baby. They should have picked Bat Riding instead of Sven. Then I would have been absolutely, I've been over the moon.
You would have
You'd
been
just been
giddy.
all in?
Yeah. I mean, it would have been a fire draft, so
It's still fire.
Oh my
still pretty
gosh.
fire.
What's the most Googled Pokemon?
Onyx.
Onyx.
In Romania, yeah.
That one you can't guess, I'm sure.
Wait, what?
What do you think the UK is? Go on.
Maybe it's like, maybe it shares a name with a really famous band or something, right? So
Maybe
people are just
I think
Googling a
you're
band
getting
named
it
Onyx.
mixed up.
Smart.
It's gotta be.
I'm a good
I mean, who would name their band Pikachu?
Someone will take a lawsuit, that's for sure.
All right, last pick. They've got 3 seconds, and
Yep.
it is.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
So Dawn right now have no ways to kill Lina once she picks up a BKB, even Satanic down the line, and A-clicks. Dawn have put themselves in a position that they really just need to crush lanes, win the game. Issue is, they don't ever take Roshan after this laning phase advantage. They can tickle towns with Leshrac. I'm skeptical Dawn's draft has the ability to overcome Aster. It might have moments of kills, but it doesn't ever have the winning, killing Ancient aspect.
It has no solution to
I will
BKBs.
say it more nicely than T. Their draft is not that good. I think
That was nicer than what T said.
Wow, okay, go on.
Oh, my bad.
Tell me how
Maybe-
you really feel,
okay.
Kaiser.
Yeah,
Maybe-
come on, give us the
Maybe I
truth.
misheard, but I think Dawn's draft is... I feel like they didn't really check the boxes. The heroes don't synergize too well. I do like the switch up of the offlane
Nicer,
silencer.
by the way. Go on.
But the Invoker...
You
I
love the
feel like
experiment.
I don't understand why there's an Invoker with Electric. There's no
No.
like Alacrity, Synergy, or anything. So I think Aster are going to roll all
You
over
put
them.
that so nicely, Kezer, actually.
I mean,
Very
I'm with
delicate.
Kezu. I think when T
But can
Governor
you say
said,
it
wow,
nicer?
the Dawn draft is absolutely awful,
Yep.
I think that was a bit harsh.
Yeah.
And
Could you be a little bit nicer, though?
I think I'm kind of with Kezu. It's not good.
Thank you.
What can you do?
Yeah, well, we'll see if our casters can put it into more delicate, nicer words than not good. Let's head on over and speak up and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Lacoste, do you have any different words for not good?
Terrible.
Terrible?
It's not terrible. You know, our panel, they woke up and they chose violence straight away. They've been spitting out some fire as well in our green room. Some really good jokes started to get our days going. I don't mind too much. You know, there are some downsides, of course, on the side of Dawn Gaming. What they have long cooldowns with this global silence, Treant Protector ulti. On the other side, Team Aster, very solid draft, I would say. You know, they have a lot of stuns, very easy to execute.
Oh, Stormhammer, Arcane Curse, but LSA comes in first blood already for Monet. It's a fight we've been asking for in this region before the Horn, and, well, the carries, they fight, and one dies.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened. I was adjusting my chair. I was just like, I'm gonna sit down, think about all the smart things I'm gonna say about both of these drafts. Suddenly, first blood. Let's see who got it. It
Monet.
was Monet. Oof, I don't... Whew, man. Giving first blood to Lina is not what you want to have. Lina going into that Falcon Blade. It's carry Lina after all. So once she finishes Falcon Blade, I'm not gonna say infinite mana, but very close to it in the laning stage to keep those 7 fiery stack charges going. PQ, he's thinking about going in again, even though he's alone.
Yeah, I was wondering if they're going to throw a Stormhammer into another Light Strike array, but they'll just claim 3 bounty runes, which first blood and 3 bounty runes. Sometimes you'll see the trade, right? You'll get like 3 or 4 bounty runes, but you've given up first blood. Here, not the case. XXS Bobica on the run for a little bit as XXS.
It's Boboka.
Bobica? Bobica? Bobica?
Elephant in the room, silencer off lane. By the way,
That team doesn't exist anymore.
my favorite thing to do when I want to lose the game, pick silencer off lane, do nothing, pretend you're going to steal so much intelligence, end up losing the game in 7 to 10 minutes. This is going to be a difficult lane unless there's going to be a snowball save from Doc Race. But this hero, really not that good at the early stages of the game. I think it's okay in certain situations if you like start to snowball, but I think the Astra's safe lane is slightly stronger.
You know, by the words you're using, I feel like slightly stronger doesn't give it enough credit, right? I feel like it's well. Not much.
It's a strong
Very
safe lane, yeah, from Master.
Stronger.
Didn't see too much of a position 5 Sven lately. It was super popular during last TI. Shadowfiend plus Sven was something that EG ran multiple times. Have a setup for your raises. This is some 648B Dota. Lina, Sven, Leshrak. All these heroes were popular back then, but not in these roles. So Dota evolved in the last 15 years. Who would have guessed?
Stormhammer on to Son Goku. After the Arcane Curse was placed on him, so not only is he going to take that damage, but a couple of right clicks coming through. Looking at this lane and now looking over towards bottom, you've got the prestigious combo of Bobica as well as XXS.
You had to jinx it, didn't you?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't jinx it. He's out. He's fine. I would never jinx anything. It's not how I play. But, you know, they've played together the most. They're the highest games together as a duo. Last year, surpassing No Tail and Fly.
And professional Dota. I'm sure there are 2 friends out there who played more Dota than XXS and Bobica together.
You think so?
Yeah, most definitely.
What bracket do you think they're in?
They're in probably Archon bracket, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly higher. I don't know. I don't know anything below Divine. And
All right. Well,
No,
from experience, I
Herald,
can tell you.
I know the Herald. Herald's the bottom one. That's my voice line.
Then there's next is Guardian. Then there's Crusader. You never see these, do you? Do you even know what the badge
I
looks
mean, I
like?
have you in the friend list, so I see it.
Okay, all right.
You're
Don't
the
have to
only
out
one.
me like that.
Mid lane.
Tornado from X on XWY.
Just kidding. It's the top lane where the
Yeah,
action is.
LSA. Coming in and getting the kill on the Son Goku. You said this was going to happen, right? Aggression, unless there's a snowball save, which, you know, as you can see, not available. So, you know, what can you do? How do you save him there?
It's a difficult task. Now they have level advantage. Sven 2 points in stun. Lina 2 points in Fiery Soul. Falcon Blade already done, bringing out boots. PQ bringing some extra regen.
He's there just to throw stuns. What is my purpose? You throw stuns. Cool. Easy does it, and, well, they've already gotten a kill there. Monet's got 2, so that is working out well for the carry Lina, which we have seen be very strong. Here it comes again. This time they've got the snowball. They're right on a Monet. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Monet on the run, and, well, he's going to lose 2 intelligence with that as well as Doc Krace gets the kill onto the Lina.
As soon as they got that snowball, you can see the power of it. The save, being able to close the gap, get on top of Lina. I'm going to talk too much about this bottom lane. XXS slightly struggling, sitting at 14 CS on a Brewmaster.
Mid is going really well for XWY. He is 32-6 to the 20-0 of X. He is really performing quite well. Which, you know, when you think about XWY, used to be named Yi, used to be on Keen Gaming. He had definitely shown some promise back in the day. Now with a team here like Aster, it seems like he's certainly flourishing, right?
Yeah, I heard some players talking about him when he was called Yi back then, that you know, he's a new Chinese superstar. And he did join Acer, so his career off to a good path, I would say, considering the way they're playing so far in the Chinese DPC. Didn't lose a single series, sitting at 3-0. Snowball.
Lane, snowball, and some distance. That time not choosing to go forward on Monet or PQ.
Ooh, looking at Silencer, he only lacks Bracer. This is the Holy Trinity. Rate Band, Null Tally, Bracer. It's a 25-minute super build.
That should be an item, in my opinion. They go in, they've got the LSA, they should follow this up with a Scatter Blast, and, well, maybe do they have one more stun? Bobica not even using it. I don't know if he has the cookie at the moment, but it's not needed, and, well, he has it. He doesn't even want to use it. You know, some people get tired of baking, and I think that's really what it is. You bake so many cookies, and then if you want to use cookie again, it's just not. Why do it again if you've got everything you need already, right?
You can get tired of baking cookies, but you can't get tired of eating cookies. Boboka will pick up 2 bounty runes here. So some extra gold. 1k gold lead for Team Master 6 minutes into the game. So rotation from MS. Not really getting too much out of it. This is really good for XXS on bottom lane because he struggled a little bit, as we said, and now he's getting some solo XP.
X. Your bot, Tornado EMP. No level 6 here for XXS, and knowing that Boboka is in the top lane, or had been there recently, they go for this kill and get it, so they take out the Brewmaster. Simon getting credit for that one, and that leaves XWY to sit mid, free farm. He's beating this Invoker by 1,000 gold. And
He's not
now
beating
level
anyone.
7.
There's no one in the lane. He's beating the creeps. Invoker just TP'd bottom, and now running back to the mid lane. Level 6.5 XYW. XWY.
Here they go again. And they're just looking at Son Goku. That's all they want. Stormhammer, War Cry, LSA. Nature's Grasp is down. Scatterblast to slow him up. There's the cookie, and that should be more than enough to get the kill. Boboka getting credit for the kill on a Son Goku as finally X shows back up towards mid.
I think you should steal intelligence from Silencer. Like, if he kills you 1 time, you lose 2, and then if you kill him 2 times, you get the intelligence back.
So ruin the scaling of the hero?
Yeah, Silencer's not in a great spot anyway.
Okay. So you want to make him worse so the inevitable buff comes.
Absolutely. I love my boy Silencer. And this is where his game's pretty much over. As an offlaner,
Oh, no.
he's going to be another position 4
no.
in 3 to 5 minutes. They're going to downgrade him to position 5.
That's you know, harsh life for the Silencer.
Oh,
Harsh
look
but
at
true.
that, gang. Look at all the damage and the slow.
Really outputting so much on this Silencer. This level 4 Silencer now looking kind of
I thought he was going to go.
lost.
I thought he was going back to base to refill his mana.
Yeah, he should. He's missing just a tiny bit of it. Needs a spoonful of mana back.
Smoke from Acer. XWY and Boboka. They want to use this primal split. Maybe not even use the primal. If there's 2 heroes, but Siu Mang, he knows something is up.
XWY thought about going the right direction and ends up going short way towards tower, but they see him. They've got a deep ward. So Remnant, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. There's the cookie to follow it up, but a 2-man stun. Simon trying to get away from them, but the Scatter Blast, the damage for the Pulse Nova, the Tornado's in. It doesn't kill either of them off. The Remnant away. They've got the EMP. They'll get the
+2.
trade. Get the +2, and that's obviously going to
Man,
bring
that illusion taking a
Son
ton of
Goku
damage
back.
from Silencer. Last word
man.
will not go off, but the right clicks will do the damage. +6 gold for Silencer here. And he's going to die.
Searing Chains, and I'm not sure he will. If maybe XWY wanted to go for it, he probably had him.
Yeah, it's the classic move. You lose the lane, then you start roaming around.
Shards, well placed. Arcane Curse, Stormhammer onto the Leshrac. Gets behind the tower, but there's the Tornado, not needed. As Simon gets another kill and another +2 there for Son Goku. Now it's 6 permanent intelligence stolen.
Big numbers. They killed that position 5 Sven
But
with
still
5 heroes.
Yeah. And a 3k lead for Aston.
Side lanes from Asher are farming way too much. He just gets blown up immediately.
Yeah, easy Laguna Blade with an LSA, and that's more than enough damage. Saw him coming up with a well-placed ward. Silencer, like you said, the game's looking rough.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Not easy by any means, and his farm, his game is certainly crippled.
You also have Treant Protector as your 5. Like, this is not a scaling 5. Tusk can scale if he gets the items, but this is Tranquil Boots Tusk, so, you know, maybe if he keeps fighting a lot, then with the phase boots, with the drums, you are able to scale, but this time around it's just going to be very, very difficult. So you have 3 supports pretty much. Invoker going into Urn next after finishing phase boots. Their team fight is definitely lacking. Let's see what they can do with this global silence. Kazu had a good point. They're going to be able to kill 1 hero probably. and then they lose 2 or 3 heroes. That's how I feel the next fight is going to be. Or Silence is just straight up going to die.
Slight Fist, Searing Chain, Stormhammer on it too. They've got XXS coming. They have the Mortimer's Kisses
Still going to die to
down,
it.
and yeah, Global Silence is going to save them. So X dusted up on the run. Nature's Grasp slowing these heroes, but so is the Scatterblast the other way. Snowball comes in, and Darkrai, the team is not here. I'm not sure you really want to go after this. Primal Split is used, so is the Overgrowth. Darkrai is going to die here to XXS. 3 heroes dead on the side of Dawn Gaming, and it might be a 4th, could be a 5th if MS stays too close. They look over, Pulse Nova, not enough damage. XXS with a double kill, that makes it a 4th. And Aster rolling, as they're now up 6,000 net worth, just 11 minutes into the game. They don't even lose the Sven after all of that.
Yeah, XP change, they got 0. At least it's not negative. So that's something. Global Silence to stop the Snapfire from using ulti. He still dies to it. 7k gold lead. This game, you know, we as a casters, we need to try to tell the story before you're getting into this job. You have to sign a paper that you're never gonna say game is over until it's really over. But I think I'm gonna breach my contract and say that this game's actually over here. It's very difficult. Like, they don't have the comeback mechanics whatsoever. Win probability,
gosh.
I think that's generous 20%.
I see somebody in the distance ripping your contract. It's over. Not where, you know, the game is winnable, right? Every game is, right?
Yeah, if
Winnable.
the 2 members of Aster disconnect,
They get the abandoned bug. No, you might be right. I won't say it though. I'll refrain.
this Lina is massive. 7.5k net worth on Lina. Going into BKB next. Doesn't even want to get Boots of Travel first. Wants to be able to finish this game as soon as possible. Like, they need to get so much done with this Global Silence.
Yeah.
4.5 seconds. What can you do in 4.5 seconds? Burst damage, just not there. Invoker, it's a class of X Invoker, so he doesn't provide you with that burst. You don't have a Meteor.
They might run into XWY and pick you. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, a Remnant back just in case. Avoid the stun, Tornado in.
DD dispelled.
And now Mortimer's Kisses, but the range on them. They don't want to get kissed. EMP with the stun out from Siumang. They get a kill on a Pick-You. It's the position 5 Sven that ends up dying. It did cost them Overgrowth, but ends up being a kill, and I think Dawn Gaming will take anything at this point.
I'm also surprised that Dawn Gaming so far have not picked Dawnbreaker. Like, it's their signature hero. It's in the name. Try to go one game, see what happens, and itemization on XXS, he is going straight into pipe. It's not like damage on side of Dawn Gaming is there to be able to burst heroes with this pipe pickup. It's going to be almost impossible to kill anyone.
Yeah, it feels pretty difficult already, and I would say with that pipe, it makes it almost impossible. Shards come across, and again, Pick-You taking the aggression from Dawn Gaming, and enough so where he ends up dead, but Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Do they follow this up with anything? No. Aster staying a little bit reserved on this.
Once Lina starts joining with the BKB, then they're going to have tower damage. Now, the other 4 heroes don't really do much. They need to take a fight and then turn it into some kind of objective.
XXS, Global Silence. Is it going to last long enough? He goes up into the air, and he gets the Primal Split off. So all that work for nothing. They're going to lose Darkrai. Siumang drops afterwards. Now they found the Invoker of X. Cycloned up. Slam back down, Sentry's there, and they've got the stun, the Scatter Blast, but into the trees he'll get, away from the team, and X doesn't even end up dying. But they got 2, and they could not kill off XXS.
He was very tanky with that hood, and now sitting on 2,000 gold. Probably thinking about, you know, maybe I want to have a Blink Dagger, or if this pipe is going to be way too valuable.
Seeds of Serenity. Peaceful and Serenity in here for Aster. And, well, now the Overgrowth on a 2. They get the kill on the XXS. The LSA coming in, and now Monet's joining the fight. They'll take out the Leshrac. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses, Son Goku next on the menu. Siumang was just the appetizer. The rest of the team looking like an entree.
Cookie, he's still chasing. Pop the dust. Got him with that dust, but not close enough. They know Global Silence is down, so they start to play a bit more aggressive. Lina's level 14, 16 minutes into the game, almost level 15.
Yeah, very far ahead. That is for sure. And we've seen Linas do this time and time again. They get a little bit of space, they work with the Maelstrom, and they eat farm. They eat up the map, they eat up all the creeps, and, well, you end up 4K behind on just your carry.
One of the fastest farmers in the game right now. Looking at Invoker, he wants to get a little bit of everything. Casual gloves, maybe that I'm gonna turn that into Midas later on. Urn of Shadows with no charges, going into Witchblade next, Phase Boots. Difficult game for Invoker. And straight into Roche Pit, Aster. There's not gonna be any members of Dawn Gaming nearby to try to contest it, maybe steal it. I think if you're at Tusk, you would definitely want to be there. Use the shards, die, not pick up Aegis. Say, at least I tried.
We'll risk that, LSA, and just farming some more creeps going into the Boots of Travel next. Gem picked up for Bobica. And they'll take away that Sentry. They don't have the vision onto MS, but they do have vision onto X. And Monet, he may not be playing that Kunkka, but X marks the spot, and they get the kill on the Invoker.
Here's some big kills that are going to open up the map. Lina holding Aegis. This is a dead tier 2 tower. Once she starts hitting on it, I don't think Dawn Gaming is going to defend it. All the Aster members very close, ready to join if necessary. XWY has a haste rune.
How do you even start to kill these heroes? They've killed Piku a couple times, but that's about it. And MS, he's here behind enemy lines. I thought maybe would have looked to creep cut, but not even doing that, and he'll drift further down the lane, and maybe he'll do it from here, but a smoke is going to be used by 3 heroes on the side of Aster as they make their way towards top through mid. They find themselves the silencer. Son Goku again, these kisses just keep a target on him. And Bobica getting yet another kill on this silencer who really can't find anything.
Yeah, if someone showed you silencer's inventory, you would probably not guess which hero this is.
Yeah. Wraithband, Old Talisman. Who do you think it is on your first guess if you weren't looking?
I don't know. It's an intelligence hero because you would not buy Robe. Let me scroll through the hero list, see if anything pops out.
Oh, MS. Sentry is down. You're not safe there, MS. You need to run. Dust finally comes out. Stormhammer. And MS dead on his screen already as there's a Laguna Blade available and used by Monet. So another kill here for Aster.
Could be, you know, that Wyvern build. A casual raid ban for now is pretty standard on a lot of the heroes.
So would you think it's an offlane silencer? No, it's a support Wyvern with that build.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now they'll move towards the mid tier 2. The damage, you know, something that Dawn Gaming don't want to step into. They feel a little bit scared of taking these fights. A little bit scared is maybe just an understatement. They're very scared of taking these fights.
They smoked. Silencer trying to initiate with the curse. Slow ball to follow up.
But look at the damage he's able to soak for the moment. And now the tornado up into the air. He's still silenced up, but finally gets a cookie
Doesn't
out.
even use
Doesn't
ulti.
even use the primal split. He's that confident he's going to survive. Searing Chains are onto the Tusk. They've got the LSA to follow it up. 2 heroes dead on the side of Dawn Gaming. And nobody dying again for the side of Team Aster.
I would not be surprised if they lose one more fight and just call it, go for the next one. 17k gold lead, 20 minutes into the game. There's a thing that I say when it's this close. If you have 1k gold per minute, the game's officially over.
Yeah,
It starts counting down, like the game will end in 5, 4, 3, and then you need to kill the big ancient stack to come back into the game.
Radiant's
Can you show me the
top
big
tower
ancient
is under
stack?
attack.
There are none.
Oh no. Oh no. It's not looking good. Gleipnir picked up. There's that Midas. All right, Invoker. Here's the comeback.
This is a
Right here.
big boost of gold. 20k gold lead, 21 minutes. We're getting there.
I see some of these members on the side of Team Aster, so they know where not to be. Dagger of Ristol. Ristol?
Bristol?
Ristol? Like
Yeah, I don't know
Bristol?
who the guy was, but we took the dagger from him.
That really doesn't look like a dagger, by the way. Just saying. That item looks like it's some sort of pole arm of some sort. I don't know, weapons. I tried.
That item's really not that great. I feel like we need to buff it compared to some other tier 2 items. Smoke from Dawn Gaming.
Yeah,
Not gonna find anything.
They go towards the line and they don't find anybody. So they're gonna start to back away and clean up these creeps. MS and Son Goku with the Arcane Curse. Just two supports working together. So, still smoked up, still behind enemy lines is Sumong. Going into the Bloodstone. He's still not there yet.
Dire's
But
top
he may
tower
be in
is
some
under
trouble if he doesn't TP away soon.
Dire's top
They are starting to come his way, and at the same time, well, they're going to go after the Sven. Piku spotted, but Piku not dead. XWY in the top lane has the sight to get the kill onto Sumong. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming to Dakres. He's on the run, but he's been kissed too much. And they get themselves the Global Silence, but what is it worth? Not much. Son Goku, he'll fall. X out of the high ground. BKB's been popped by Monet. The damage out onto MS. It should be a full team wipe here. He's standing still because he's typing GG. Team Aster take out Dawn Gaming in game number 1 in something that looked a little bit very one-sided.
It looked one-sided from the draft and the execution. Team Master is on another level. Dawn Gaming, so far, they did not manage to win any series, and that's one of the bad signs. What's gonna happen next? So they definitely look like the team that could potentially be relegated to Division 2, and not looking too hot for them. I want to see them play slightly easier drafts to execute, because this type of a draft is like, yeah, you have the off-lane silencer. If you lose the lane, you're playing with one less hero pretty much. It's a very greedy draft. Like, you have this Invoker on a mid lane, Leshrac on the safe lane's fine, but there isn't really much synergy between their heroes.
Yeah, it didn't feel like there was much going together for them. I don't know what happened to the Silencer. He dies a couple times top, and then all of a sudden, he's a support. And working with 3 supports, not really doing anything. They fell behind quite a lot early, and they got a couple of kills here and there, but by the time 10 minutes rolled around, they were down about 5,000 net worth. So Team Aster, they make it look pretty easy. They take game number 1. To break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
I'm going to pick the brains of the 3 people next to me. You guys put it in nice words that the draft just was not good. Kazuch, would you like to add anything onto that one now?
No, not really.
Okay,
I don't
great.
think it was good. It showed in the game, and I think that Aster, on contrary, their draft is very nice. They enable each other.
All well-rounded.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those games where I think if you're Dawn, you need to kind of forget about it quite quickly. And I think going into the next game, just respect the fact that Aster and these top teams in China, they will always have just robust lineups. And I think Lina's been a hero that is, of course, very prevalent. I think for Dawn, they don't have the same level of execution as their opponents. So I think getting rid of Lina is one of the biggest things. I think don't think there's another hero right now in the meta that is like as annoying as not shutting down a Lina. Other heroes, they might have times of being strong, downtime where they need a little bit, some cooldowns, but Lina's that hero that's always there. So just ban Lina and don't go for these non-carry lineups that require like insane execution, because you're not going to be able to beat these teams. I think, yeah, Dawn happily will be moving into game 2 with a fresh, clean slate.
I think what I would like to see from Dawn is just like recognizing that this is clearly a series that they're unfavored in, and I think a lot of the times when you're an unfavored team, your best chance is to play very aggressive early on, because you need to build an advantage so you can compensate for the fact that the other team in general is more has better execution and just overall more experience. So with that in mind, I think you have to pick better lanes. Like these lanes are not strong, they're not active, they're not gonna surprise or beat Aster in any sense. So yeah, pick some stronger pairings. If you're gonna run something like this Invoker, I don't think you pick an offlane silencer. I think you pick an offlaner with a stun and some burst damage, so your Invoker has a purpose. Like you need something to rotate for, so you can find kills and really put some pressure. If Aster are comfortable with a first pick Lina, they're never going to lose this game. Like it's just, you have to acknowledge the fact that, okay, they've picked this first pick carry that is a monster. We need to run at them and not let them just play the map however they want.
Yeah, I think the issue as well with the first pick Lina idea is, at least from teams from China in their interviews, they're mentioning that their way of countering it is by picking heroes that scale and go later. So you're mentioning for Dawn to go super aggressive early. The Chinese meta to deal with Lina is kind of the complete opposite. So it's like that, seeing Dawn also go for a very skirmishing style of early game draft. They're not kind of aligning with the Chinese meta of beating Lina, but they're giving Lina through. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I like seeing supports get MVP as well. Nice little shout out to Snapfire there. In these games of chaos, Snapfire always feels good, just being able to run around the map and get kills, but that's kind of what Dawn wanted. Aster though, point and click stuns, snap behind it, easy game.
Nice simple execution, definitely not as disjointed as what we saw Dawn having there. Put it bluntly, like, they definitely are underdogs here. There is very little chance that we're going to see them take this series. It's not impossible, but what would you see for them as a win? Like, what are you hoping Dawn go, okay, yeah, we didn't win this game, this was still a win, or we didn't win this series, this was still a win. Like, there is still game 2 to come, but right now, like, how do you forget about it easily and shift your focus on, like, these highlights?
Like, I think when they play these games where I feel like they don't really get to do much at some point, like it's already too hard. I would like for them to make it, I always like to use the word to make it easy for yourself.
Keep it
By like
simple.
how you pair up your heroes, that you can do things together. I think if they can just have an aggressive carry hero on Siomang, he usually does very well. So if they can play around that, because I just want to see one of two things for them. If you give up a strong hero like Lina, you want to make sure that you have answers for it. Or if not, then at least make sure that your draft can play like in a nice way together, so that that's what you have going for yourself.
Yeah.
I just want to see one of these two things.
Be the team right now that's doing what Aster's doing, running behind the towers, getting kills. You might eventually fall a little bit flat, but be the team that sets the pace early on. And like Sin mentioned, have strong lanes and try and enter the game with a bit more confidence.
I think it's a good point you bring up there. I think Dawn should just be Aster next game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Exactly.
That'd
That's
be
fine.
good.
Yeah.
we're okay. Yeah.
Take
I would like to see that from them. Then I think they might win.
take the fire from Aster's lineup and bring it to their game number 2. That's going to happen just after this break.
Just be Aster.
Welcome back. It's Dawn Gaming versus Asta. Game 1 went towards Asta. They had that fire lineup, Sindred, and you were saying Dawn Gaming should just take it.
Yeah, you
The
said to
lineup.
literally copy
Just
Asta.
become Asta.
Just become Asta.
Oh, I see. I don't.
You already forgot.
Yeah.
That was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm getting old. No,
Age.
no. I was like, did I say they should take their heroes or something?
You just said they should be Asta.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they should be
come on.
Asta.
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess I jumped to conclusions that you meant the heroes and not actually to just morph into Asta.
Yes.
Was that a correct assumption?
Yes.
Okay.
That is what I would like them to do. become the enemy.
Well, there's a saying around that, isn't there? Why is just I need help here. Game to draft.
The
Lena's
enemy
banned
of
out.
my enemy is my friend.
There is that one.
That means you're your own friend.
I love friends.
Because you are your own worst enemy.
They banned Lena. That's
Progress.
surprising because they're first pick. But I guess Dawn just don't like the hero, don't play it.
Oh.
They're
They-
hoping to
they
get the
have
Marcy.
played it.
They're hoping to get the Marcy. Mark my words right now.
Marking it.
They might have been able to get them both then. I think they could have first picked Lena, and there's no guarantee that Asta would have gone Marcy +1. So
There has to be something. Wait, what?
Yo,
Wait,
hold
what?
up. Okay. All right. First of all, we now have an interview question. If Asta's going to win, why did they ban Ogre?
I'll write that one down for you.
Um,
Okay, well, don't mark my words because it's a task.
The thing is with Dawn Gaming, which is maybe a little bit shocking towards us, is they've already played a Lena game before, and that Lena game, you know, Xiaomeng, I think he finished like 14-3 or something, 14-4. Like he was able to have a pretty stellar game. I think it was maybe against eHome. It was like the only game that's gone past, let's say, 30 minutes for them.
Okay.
So I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just try and go for the first pick Lena and just play into it. Maybe they don't know how to maybe perfectly execute it, but it's the easiest hero to play right now. So yeah, a little bit surprised that the ban is actually
pretty good one too. I don't think most teams rate Crystal Maiden this highly in general, but I don't mind it. And Tiny is an... we talked about this on EU yesterday with Fogged. He's a big fan of the hero. He thinks it's probably still undervalued. It's flexible. It scales. It has good mid game. I think even when you play it as a 4, we even saw that at TI. It can actually become a carry in the late game, even with 4 farm, as long as you get an Ags at some point. Tree Volley is just incredible. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Just with levels and grow, and then Tree Volley as a 4 with no damage items, a full volley can still do like 1,000 damage in an AoE. So, okay. I mean, this is run at you. It's going to be aggressive. I don't mind seeing this from Dawn. I think, let's just go for it. Little bit of a weird laning combo. It can be good against specific heroes, the Tusk Centaur, if they are laning together. No guarantee they are. But obviously you can snowball in and then get the hoof stomp. It works against some melee carries in particular. But yeah, the fact that they don't know their matchup makes me a little bit concerned about how this is going to work.
At least,
But
I would say,
it's an identity. I like it.
their bans, at least for now, are pretty decent. I would definitely prefer if the Tusk is not in this lane, because like you said, Centaur, I think mid would be good for the Tusk. Centaur is a bit volatile. They don't see the carry yet, so you will usually need like a somewhat strong range 4 to like offset the fact that you will get counterpicked. So I would like that more. But for now, this is one of the better openings I think we've seen from Dawn. Like I think this puts them in like a good position moving forward.
You know, ban-wise at least, Asta's already respecting these 4s. They're banning out the Rubik. There's still Morana, there's Hoodwink, there's Willow. You see the Hoodwink ban coming in as well. And I think for Asta, going back to the CM pick as well, we mentioned Marcy. Even into Tusk, I think CM, one of her best values is just Crystal Nova. In these long drawn-out fights, sure, she can do the ultimates, but just throwing down a Crystal Nova on any of these heroes that need to right-click and get into the fight, it just really secures their lane. And yeah, Asta, making sure they win lanes, Viper, mid, but also easily Tyna plus Viper into the off lane. The CM aura enabling both of these heroes to never have to really go back to base, always have presence. Yep, they're really making sure that Dawn aren't able to pick stronger lanes.
I think Snap 4 is really good here for Dawn.
Yeah.
I think that's the pick against this lineup. Tiny doesn't reach you if you're in the back using Mortimer Kisses. Really good synergy with Centaur in lane. It's a hero that is actually annoying for Viper in a sense, because Viper wants to stand still and tank, but the damage is overwhelming. And you can't dodge the globs that easily because you're slow. So I think based on what we've seen so far in the DPC in general, if this is a hero that Dawn do play and enjoy, then this is the time to bring it out.
It's also a game where I'd love to see a 5 that has insane saving potential. but even saying the word Abaddon kind of is uncomfortable. And yep,
Okay.
they go for a sniper.
I kind of dig this.
Same.
Another good matchup against Viper. Outranging him, he does very hard single target damage to deal with Vipers. Doesn't really benefit very much from corrosive skin against this hero. So, yeah, I could
Team Aster's
still want to see the
turn
snap.
to pick.
Very good. Nice. All right, I feel like Dawn have already picked so much better than last game.
Yeah,
This
there's
is the
like a
best draw
different
after
team. That's what I love
DPC,
to
It's
hear.
like
yeah.
so much better. So it's good.
Even from their bans too. Like if you look at the last one of the second phase as well, like the first two protect the Centaur and Sniper
10
in a way.
seconds remaining.
The Brute ban is already out as well, so that can't be picked against Sniper. They have the Centaur
5
themselves.
seconds remaining.
Sniper could also potentially go mid. Of course, they
Yep.
can't flex it all the way, until the end. But no matter where Sniper lanes against Viper, it's going to be good. So here for Aster, I think you see the Sniper like win condition. You want to start having heroes that have the ability to like really get deep into enemy lines. I don't know about Spectre. That's maybe something later down the road, but it also means that Centaur would absolutely free farm in that lane. I think you were mentioning Puck.
Yeah, I like Puck for Aster just because Dawn, they have really robust lanes, but they don't have reliable lockdown. So any of these more mobile heroes will destroy Dawn, and this is one of Dawn's best lineups. But I think the weakness of this is under pressure, under threat of invasion of the jungle, they need to be really well positioned, otherwise they'll just get picked apart. So I think anything with a high pace, in-your-face style of play will be really strong. They opt to go for the carry right now. Again, Kazi mentioning the second phase bans from Dawn, Monkey King, Slark, very prominent laners against the Centaur. They throw in an Ursa. Ursa is actually a hero that can get punished from a Centaur snap. A couple double wedges, hoof stomp into
10
Scatterblast.
seconds
He can actually go
remaining.
down,
Aster's
but
turn to
I think
ban.
Aster will be able to play this lane quite well and just make sure they don't overplay their hand.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to pick a good one-for-one core matchup against Centaur that also allows them to flex Tiny until the very last pick,
Yep.
right? I think
Yep.
that's the biggest value of picking the carry here is that you get to choose and put pressure on Dawn to find the right last pick. Because you could have argued
10
that maybe there were some
seconds
mid-heroes like that Puck, but then it's very telegraphed and you're going to have to,
5
like Dawn gets
seconds
to
remaining.
specifically counterpick the lane, they get to plan their whole strategy.
Of course, yeah.
So I like the Ursa pick here. I think it's solid. He's also one of the carries that actually annihilates Sniper. When he
Yep.
gets Blink Basher, it's a hero that sometimes you can't even react against. It's the range carry, you just die. And obviously Dawn's only save here is against a stun would be a fast snowball. So Tusk has to be really clutch if that play comes in.
All right, I'm going to ask a question. I was like, is this downtime, can I ask? You talk about like a save potential out of support. Why do we never see Venge with the swap? It's, I
10
guess,
seconds
almost an
remaining.
instant stun. Like
Too
what?
weak of a
Yeah?
hero.
Okay.
I think the Dota has evolved in
seconds
a way,
remaining.
or at least also in the meta right now, that if you pick heroes in the lane that are very volatile, such as Venge, it has too many counters. All the summon heroes, especially Nature's Prophet, they just run you over.
Also, attack range helps. Venge is a really short attack range, so to get the denies, to even harass, you're putting yourself naturally in a position where you're like 100, 200 units closer than other heroes, and that's the distance of getting hit by a Scatterblast or a Cookie
Yeah.
or something. So,
If Venge had 600 range, it would be a first phase hero.
yeah.
Actually.
Just
So,
put it,
I
just
mean,
make it, just make the change.
I mean, it's an interesting way to think about it, right? It really goes to show how some of those
Yeah.
basic things matter so much, because her kit is really incredible. She has a
Well, that's what
stun,
I
she has
mean.
minus armor, she has plus damage for the team, there's so much, and a great swap. But yeah, the laning is just such a big drawback that
Team
a lot of the
Aster's
time you just can't
turn
really
to ban.
justify it.
Looked over. Makes sense.
So,
Yep.
Death Prophet ban.
I think Dawn, at least, they're banning out the heroes that Aster can rally behind. When you have Ursa, who needs a little bit of time with Battle Fury +1, Viper kind of needs that enabling hero, so they're respecting
10
the
seconds
overwhelming aggression of Aster coming out. I still think Aster can pivot and be very aggressive with this mid pick, opting less for tower siege, but more just we're going to keep killing you and finding you. But for Dawn, at least, they do need that mid hero that kind of ties everything together, is that kind of protector. I already mentioned that Dawn is very bad at getting ran at and defending their jungle, so I think the Kunkka and Pango bans are insanely good,
seconds remaining.
because these would have just been comfort picks that one hero now needs to go to the jungle instead. And okay, they go for Zeus. We've seen them go for Zeus before in the past. This is very much going to be a game where Centaur and Tusk need to do so much work at building like a front line, because if that breaks at any point, they find the Sniper, they find the Zeus. These are two very squishier cores that don't want to
10
get jumped
seconds
until they
remaining.
have items to protect themselves. Of course, Sniper having Shard, Hurricane Pipe, BKB.
Dare we
5
say
seconds
it's a
remaining.
Storm Spirit game for once?
I mean, I'm still saying Puck, but yeah, anything
Yeah,
that just
Storm is good.
simple back.
'Cause,
Storm, Puck.
I'm a little bit... Okay, so I really like Dawn's draft until this last pick, and the problem I have with it is I feel like Sniper and Zeus have the same archetype problems.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
it's the same kind of hero that counters both, so now you're kind of giving Aster the option to double dip for the perfect mid-hero, which, again, I think Storm Spirit would be great. I think Bat Rider is an option as well against both. You could also run the Puck.
Yep.
Plenty of good choices here, unfortunately, there, because I feel like if Dawn would have, like we talked about, I mean, now I'm making it sound all grim and stuff. It's not like they have no chance in the game, but I was really optimistic.
Same.
But this is not my cup of tea as the last one for them.
It's got a bit of a better taste, that's for sure.
I mean, for us, there is maybe also a way where you, if this mid matchup is like so strong for Viper against Zeus, there's a way where you can find an offlaner that can get on top of the Dawn lineup too, but then you have like this double melee lane with some tiny Mars, which, you know, maybe it's not ideal. So I think looking for the mid hero that does it is pretty cool.
Okay,
Voice
that's also
Spirit,
good.
Totally
Yeah.
fine. It's
Same logic.
Yeah, it's like, it just fits. And I think this is the problem when you pick heroes that share really the same counters. Sniper Zeus, they want to play the same way, as you said. High range, have other people enable them to do so. So I think it makes it easier to counterpick, so I think the Void Spirit just fits.
But Dawn's high ground is kind of filthy. Like, sure they concede the map, if they at least are within a relatively reasonable gold range, Sniper, Zeus high ground, just the initiation of Task Force Center, and like they have ways to come back into this game. I still think Aster are going to be the insane aggressors, lane winning lineup, but there's like a 10% chance that Dawn can find this cool high ground defense. I'm still heavily favoring Aster, but at least with these heroes, it's a clean looking lineup in the grand scheme of it, the big picture of Dota, but yeah. Can they get it online? It's potentially kind of hard.
The most important thing is that this should be better than last game, right?
Yes.
They
Yeah.
should
That's
show
what we
some
want.
more signs of life here,
Yeah.
and whether they win or lose, at least I think there's, from my perspective, massive progress in the drafting here. And then you can start ironing out some more issues after that and maybe improve it. But yeah, I'm with you. I think Aster is just flat out the better team. So unless they're like strongly outpicked or have some inherently major weaknesses, I would favor them. I think the Void Spirit kind of closes it out.
Now, Kezu, I want you to take everything they said and say it in nicer words.
In a nice way. So I think after 50 minutes, Aster get 2 Blink Daggers, and they're just going to roll over.
That wasn't nice. Unless you're an Aster fan,
nice.
in which
I'm an
case,
Aster fan.
Yeah, that's really good,
unless
yeah.
you're an Aster fan, in which case that is perfect news. That's exactly what you want to hear. But I want to hear from our casters, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2. Well, Aster, they've got a 1-0 lead over Dawn. Lacoste, do you have any nice words to put about this game number 2?
I actually do. I prefer their draft. You know, in terms of execution, it's not going to be as good as Aster, but their lineup looks solid. A lot of stuns, much easier to execute than in the previous game. This game's definitely going to last longer because they do have a really good high ground defense. They have a way of playing Dota. They have ways to initiate a team fight. It's not going to be smoked silencer, running in, using Arcane Curse on one hero, and then following it up with Global. So going to be much easier for Dawn Gaming to play this type of a draft.
Yeah, so you're telling me that their 3 position won't morph into a support early on.
Yeah, most definitely. And you have a good scaling lineup with Zeus, with Sniper. Like, all these heroes, like, you have 2 supports this time around who can move around the map and make stuff done.
Okay. So we'll see if Dawn Gaming can keep it close, how they're going to go about this. They have that ward up on the high ground right now, spotting a couple of those heroes on the side of Aster, making the rotation. Bobica and XXS, hand in hand, no surprise, as they've done for so many games already.
The battle begins.
Let's see how Dawn go about this, sending 4 heroes over, and that is enough presence to have Aster just say, take the bounty rune. Easy peasy.
It's going to be 2 for 2 in the end. Looking at the bottom lane for Team Master, Crystal Maiden plus Ursa against the Snapfire Centaur. This could be a bit tricky. If they get a lead on side of Dawn, you get that level 2, you get level advantage, level 3. It's a ton of damage. You have an easy setup. Crystal Maiden needs to be careful where she's going to be positioned.
Yeah, we've seen Crystal Maidens in the past have a little bit of trouble as they get up a touch too far, and all of a sudden, well, you're very fragile. You're like another one of those creeps in the lane, and you could die very quickly. Should this go better for X over mid? Or do you think XWY shows off a nothing to say type performance on this Void Spirit.
Well, we'll see. I think Zeus overall is much easier hero to play than Invoker. We can say that Dawn, they're not on the same skill level when it comes down to execution and laning stage compared to Aster, but it's much easier to play. Zeus hits level 6, they start playing aggressive on the side lanes, get that Thunder God's Raid damage in.
See how it goes about it. We've seen XWI already land a couple of Aether Remnants, and, well, get caught too many times by that, and all of a sudden we could see it go for a solo kill for the Void Spirit. Monet trying to get a kill here on Son Goku. Darktrace with the body blocks to make sure that his hands and claws are off of this Centaur, while up in the top lane, XXS drops down to Seomung as well as MS, and they finally jump back in and get the kill on the Son Goku.
Yeah, good opening on the top lane. Sniper with shards and also tag team. It's a lot of slow to keep them by shards, I mean shrapnel.
Right, and having to deal with that and having MS probably block you in with shards while you sit under shrapnel is certainly not a fun time. So, 1-1 early on, and seems like Seomung is having a much better time this time around in the laning phase, hopping over the Aether Remnant.
Styling on Void Spirit.
Yeah. I guess the angle, you could hop right over it. Not be touched, not be controlled with that. This lane for Aster, does it have kill potential, or is it already feeling like it might be a little bit too late where they have like snowball save and ways to deflect the damage?
They safe lane Sniper, so you can keep the distance. Usually Viper does tend to struggle against these range heroes, and as you said, Snowball on level 3. They need to pull the lane back on top. Camp is open, so MS should go there and pull the lane back, so Sniper has more space to maneuver. It does open up a kill threat as well, especially if he puts another point in Shrapnel.
Getting a couple dinks onto Bovka. As yeah, you saw MS. He's pulling the creep wave over. And he'll pull that, get the creep equilibrium back over towards his own tower, be in a much better position. Monet, Son Goku, oh, Cookie comes up. They've got the stun. They'll have the double edge. They'll get the kill on a Monet. Meanwhile, Snowball, there it is to pull it in. They'll go after Bobika. He's under the shrapnel in the top lane. But you could see XXS focusing his attention onto the Sniper while Son Goku as well as Darktrace are going after Pikyu. Into the trees, the Crystal Maiden will go to try and juke away. They've got a Cookie in a second. Can they line it up? Slow down. There it is. Cookie stun with the hoof stomp. So the double stuns are in, and the double edge is the killing blow.
You can see the power of their lanes. They have 2 strong side lanes and a Zeus on a mid lane. So playing much more aggressive. They can actually play Dota instead of just losing the lane. Snapfire plus the Centaur, they can play together. As you get levels, Snapfire with the ulti, she's always going to have someone to play with, whether that's Tusk, whether that's a Centaur. How's Zeus doing on the mid lane? 5 1/4. Void Spirit has slightly more experience, but he'll get there eventually.
Yeah, it looks like they're both going to hit 6 at similar timings. X leaving the lane right now to get that bounty to fill up that bottle a little bit. And coming back to lane while XWY is getting close. Should get there first, of course, after a little bit of creeps missed by X. So let's see where that lane goes, but also where top goes. It feels like, XXS and Bobka have been a little bit quiet, right?
They couldn't find any openings. MS could be in trouble here.
Avalanche, and they do have the toss with the shots coming in. They're under the shrapnel. Snowball to the extension of the inevitable, and well, they'll get the kill there in mid lane. They were looking for X, but XWY doesn't have the damage. I believe using both steps. So not having enough to kill the Zeus after playing it so aggressively.
And not getting a kill. Dawn Gaming, they were waiting for Zeus to get level 6, because at this point, like 6 minutes into the game, you should be level 6. Bottle refill on a mid lane. MS.
I'm going to try and help out XWY, who is looking to get that illusion rune. Can't get it, but he does have an astral step. The shards blocking XWY. Aether Remnant hits on the MS, so he'll be safe while fights happening over bottom. They look for the Crystal Maiden. Picky trying to get away from Dacrace. Gets the Frostbite, and that
Zeus
means
will
he'll
kill him with
survive.
the LT. He's about to crack level 6.
Ooh, he doesn't quite have the mana.
One bottle.
and
Let's go.
Zeus ult went. Siumang getting
Spam,
killed off
someone
top.
say it.
Somebody just put it in chat.
Huh. It's a freebie. It's a free gold. I guess he was not paying attention. Rest of the team also not giving him information.
And now doesn't have the mana for the ult anymore. So Crystal Maiden walking all the way back and surviving. I feel like the Crystal Maiden didn't even expect that, to be able to survive that far.
She bought everything. Thought, I'm definitely dead.
And that has changed to I'm definitely alive.
Even after a slower start, XXS still on top of the net worth, about to be level 6. So with that Viper Strike, he's going to be able to lock onto one target and kill it. Boboka is there, lurking around, pinging out MS.
They're picking him out as they go to pull the creep wave, so maybe expecting MS to come over. Boboka waiting in the trees to throw an avalanche. And he starts to step in. He needs to be careful about where he positions himself, because that could be a big issue. Yeah, Snowball already. Siumang, he stepped up too far. Avalanche, and now both heroes tossed. The Nether Toxin's on the ground, but they've got the Thunder God's Wrath. Siumang's going to fall to XXS after he dies, and it looks like MS might be next. Boboka doesn't have anything for 6 seconds. That toss is never going to reach, and that Avalanche is on cooldown for a little bit too long. Aether Remnant, Assimilate, follows X. And now the Astral Step out of the Tier 1 tower. X just barely surviving, but still XWY putting the pressure on the Zeus.
Yeah, much closer game than the previous one. Like 7-8 minutes into the game number 1, you could tell how the game's pretty much going to end. This time around, they are having a much better time. Rotation-wise, they have a lot of spells. Like, this lineup is very good at early. It scales well into mid and late game.
Good. Again, spotting MS, who dies very quickly after XWY makes the rotation to help out. So, another kill there for the Void Spirit, and, well, XXS is going to start hitting away at this top tower. Let's see if they just give that up for free.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stampede will be available soon. And Dawn Gaming, they're looking to get a kill with that. Ursa might be a bit difficult task. They are even bringing Zeus. He does have Phase Boots and Enrage, so I don't know if they can just go on him and kill him. They need to bring, like, the execution-wise, it needs to be perfect. And so they're getting scouted.
Yeah, this word here, actually going to see a couple of them coming over. You've got XWY as well as Boboka coming in, and should spot the rotation. They might lose the Crystal Maiden. Monet's going to start to hit down on them. They go to the Stampede. They've got 4 heroes here. Monet, though, popping that ulti. The Avalanche comes out from Boboka. They have the Astral Step as well as the Dissimulate. They get the kill there on the X. They'll look for more MS. They're going to take their attention so Son Goku can get out. And that's exactly what he'll accomplish. Eventually, he will die, but the goal was set in saving the Centaur and taking the eyes off of him, and that's what he gets done.
They wanted too much. Like, they were pretty equal 10 minutes into the game, then they decide to rotate 4 heroes underneath the vision. They're like forcing a fight that's not supposed to happen. Get those level 6s. Snapfire does have Mortimer's Kisses. Play with the Centaur Stomp. It's very easy. It's very straightforward Dota from Dawn Gaming, but they just wanted too much.
They're going to get MS again. Snowball, they have Ward, they have the Vision, and, well, now that Mortimer's Kiss is coming down, maybe they won't get the Tusk. I say that, but the ulti there from Piku is more than enough to get both Son Goku and MS. I thought the Mortimer's Kisses would output a little bit more of a deterrent, but, well, Aster get kissed, and they get kills while doing so.
They heavily committed to this. Zeus ulti Stampede.
X mid, double damage on XWY. And a solo kill mid with that newly created Witchblade.
And the double damage. So level 10 on Void Spirit, level 8 on Zeus. This is where the game breaks for most of these teams that are not on the same level, where they can play the laning stage really well, but after the laning stage, like, where do we go? And then those small mistakes tend to add up. Already a 3k gold lead for Team Aster.
It's a significant gold lead, similar to what we were seeing in the first game. It was about 5,000 then, and you know the Dota Plus kind of seems the same, 71% to 29%.
Yeah, Dota Plus is also keeping track of the previous performances, so
Yeah,
it doesn't work that way. Maybe it does.
Is that why when I check my own Dota Plus, it's very low all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Avalanche comes out at a 2. They use the Stampede for this one. XXS with a Viper Strike on a Son Goku. The damage is going to be there to get the kill on XXS. They will get Piku. The Nether Toxin thrown down. They've got the Frostbite on a Son Goku. Assimilate will kill off this Centaur as the Snowball now goes all the way over to XWY as the Astro steps away.
He's out of Remnants.
He's there. They've got the double kill from Dakres. Bobica now on the run. 4 heroes here for Dawn Gaming, and they will get 3. It's just a matter of time, and it goes the way of X. So Bobica dies to... all 5 heroes, really, had rotated here for Dawn Gaming, but 4 surviving and putting the damage on him. All the while, Monet still just trying to farm up and not joining the fight.
Dawn Gaming has a lot of magical damage. They can pretty much kill any hero if they execute. And they bring Siumang even bottom. Sniper. So yeah, Centaur very tanky with that hood. Does have Stampede available to close the gap. You can see Viper is tanky, but it's only 1 point in Corrosive Skin, so not as tanky as you would expect it to be. XWY puts himself in a bad spot, using his remnants to get out of trouble, and then gets beeped down by Sniper and Zeus.
Yeah, bringing everybody down there, though, is a lot of commitment. Dakres is going to die. They've got 3 heroes here now. MS showing up, and that's not the spot you want to be in. It does allow X to get a kill with the Thunder God's Wrath, but it costs MS his life, so 2 supports for a Thunder God's Wrath kill. I'm not too sure how much that's worth it.
You sought to bargain something.
It's worth it for Zeus. He got that gold, he got that XP.
Yeah, he really needs that gold if you look at the difference between him and the Void
It's a
Spirit that
big
he was
difference.
up against. And they're spotting Siumang here in the opposite triangle, so I think they're setting up and they're going to smoke right now.
There is 1 smoke available on Tiny. We'll pop it. He's underneath the ward.
Yeah,
they see him.
see him. They know he's there. And all right, well, kind of going the other way. They just want to make sure that they don't break the smoke in a bad spot. They're still going to come over. Siumang committing down towards bottom.
Yeah,
so
he's
by
like, where do
himself.
I want to die? Do I want to die in triangle or do I want to die here
In
bottom?
lane, yeah.
In lane it is.
He chose his plot, and they dug and buried him.
For a moment, I thought that he's having a really good read. What's happening? That it's going to be a smoke. I don't think that ward's going to get devorded. It's already half duration done. Placed by PQ. Mortimer's kisses.
And Piku griefed by his own teammate of Bobica. Well, they've got the Aether Remnant, the Avalanche from the high ground. MS. He'll end up dead, but you ever have that? Your teammate just griefs you like that?
Yeah, it's the classic, the pilot Tiny. You can turn it off. I'm sure Bobica will turn it off so he does not get tossed like that again.
Yeah, Piku not happy. Aether Remnant, Cookie. Ooh. Son Goku. They got the Bounty Rune. And they have some damage on XWY, but he's got an Astral Step. Never in doubt to leave that as X goes to the TP away. A couple of right clicks there from the Viper is all that's needed.
Monet did finish his Battle Fury a minute ago, already sitting at the 1200 gold. Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, up top, they're fighting. They get the kill on a Piku. They'll get the Crystal Maiden. Son Goku drops. Dakres might be next. X over in the triangle again now dropping. This is 3 heroes all over the map. XWY not scared of a
That was not
5-position
even
Tusk.
close.
Is this a full team wipe across the map? Aster!
Yeah, some of the plays that they
what?
make, like Tusk commits, it's a level 7 Tusk playing against the level 13 Void Spirit. He goes in, thinks he can one-shot him with the combo. not happening. So getting multiple kills across the map at the same time, it's one of the worst signs that you can see.
It really just looked like that first time you play Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and you think, oh yeah, I could be Mike Tyson. No, you get knocked out in one punch. Coming in, flexing your hands. Well, that's it. Avalanche toss. Dacrace pops the mech. They've got the Thunder God's Wrath with the Stampede. They do get XWY, but they've got the Frostbite, the ulti on to Son Goku. Monet with the kill there onto the Centaur, so they end up trading. But a kill nonetheless for Dawn Gaming once again. This time on a bigger target.
They got a big one, but they always lose something. Dockers did deny Region Rune, baited Void Spirit to get into the fight. And now without Zeus ulti, without Stampede, I think they can easily get Roche. Blink Dagger is available on Ursa, so he's ready to get in. Play with Tiny. Boboka very close to his Blink Dagger. Needs 600 gold.
And we'll see if he can get that gold pretty quickly to make sure that, maybe they've got that double blink timing. But I don't think it really matters with now Picky going over to get MS. And they should blink on top of him, and he might be in trouble. As Monet going in, and now they've got the Astral Step. The Snowball is used. Dacrace ends up falling. The Snowball hits on XWY, but again,
That's
MS
Roche.
can't stand to these 5 heroes.
Boboka was very patient with his Avalanche. Waited until, like, you can see that Monet was also thinking about that Cookie save's gonna come in. Did not want to commit immediately. And now into the Roche pit here. He goes. That's gonna be almost level 15 on Ursa if he gets the solo XP. The rest of the team also want to have some chuck of experience from it.
They're going to come over. This should be a relatively quick Roche for the timing. And this is going to give them an Aegis to work with. Aster haven't really stayed passive at all in this game. They already have 24 kills in 18 minutes. So aggression's the name of the game for them, and they want to keep it up. So with this Aegis, I can see them doing so, especially, if Monet is able to farm up. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say the BKB, but I believe he switched that last second to the Basher, yeah.
He's holding Aegis, so can go more greedy with his item build. Wants to be able to lock onto target, kill it, maybe stop the
Stampede
Stampede.
is used, but that's to run into the hands of Boboka. Siurung will die. X is nearby. Monet ready to make the blink jump kill. And there's nowhere for this Zeus to go. You've already lost your 1 and your 2. The other side of the fight, they get the kill to pick you, but Boboka with a 2-man avalanche, the toss of MS
on
over
Ilu.
on XWY. Snowball extending his time alive, and eventually MS will get run down. Monet with a double kill, now unstoppable, and an 8K lead for Team Aster.
These fights are now very difficult to take for Dawn Gaming. They're really forcing the fights that they should not. This is a sniper that is caught most of the time in melee range.
That was pretty interesting. Watch this. Simon, Stampede. Oh, hi, Boboka. Avalanche toss, and then the Aether Remnant actually catches X, who's trying to help out. Pull him in, and Monet's going to shred him to pieces.
They only managed to kill Crystal Maiden here. Boboka, again, controlling rest of the team. Monet, I don't think this is one of the games where he's just off to that good of a start. Has that one death from the laning stage that he might end up just having that one death.
Yeah, that seems like it's probably going to be all the Death's Hill have. I don't really think there's any other way to go about it for him. And, the team of Dawn, I give them credit. They're not slowing down and trying to take the fights. But it's just not working out. They're staying aggressive, and
Smoke,
they're down by
Boboka.
2 months. Yeah, Boboka,
Saw it.
perfect spot. That means Monet comes in, the right clicks are through, the Mortimer's Kisses come out, but they just don't do any damage at the moment. They're not on point. Cookie's gonna fall short of Monet, and now they've got themselves the ulti from Picky with a lot of heroes here. They'll go after MS. They've got the Snowball. Dacrace ends up falling. The Avalanche is gonna be on the Son Goku. Tosses not the Centaur, but just the Creep. They finish off MS. They might even jump for Siumang. They've got Blink Daggers available, but they'll get back up to the steps and away from Aster. They'll take what they can get. They don't really need to force more.
PQ picked up Gem. This is 20-minute Gem. They want to get rid of all their vision. He's going to give it to Void Spirit because most likely Crystal Maiden's going to die, and you do not want to lose it. Aghanim Scepter completed on Void Spirit.
Oh, Zeus found. Zeus dead.
So, AoE, silence to control people, 2 chargers. It's just very, very difficult. Like, maybe if Aster extends on the high ground with Sniper, with Zeus, they're going to be able to punch back slightly harder, but very difficult task to ask.
Yeah, so how do they hold in this? How do they get about this? And, you know, what's really impressive to me is, yeah, as the obs shows all these obs are staying full duration with a Zeus in the game.
Should not happen, definitely. I mean, he's more focused on the farming. He's like, I want to utilize my mana to get the most out of it, but yeah, casual lightning bolt here and there will get you the gold as well.
Could always throw a sentry if you want. Save that mana.
Save mana, buy a sentry.
Avalanche,
good trade.
And, well, now they're going to go through with the Snowball, but a toss up into the air, the Stampede to run, the Cookie as well. But here comes Monet with a blink, and he's in a bit far, but he's got the Aegis for 54 more seconds. The damage on the Son Goku, the Scatterblast to sew him up once again, but Monet, once he gets his claws into you, well, you are good as dead. And they'll get the Aether Remnant, they'll land it onto X, they'll go for the kill, the Fire Snap Cookie to try and get away as MS dies off screen. They'll take a third, and nobody dying on Aster once again, as they just continue to onslaught this team.
In terms of execution, Dawn Gaming, they decide to go with Tusk plus a Centaur on a Void Spirit. They don't even take down 1/3 of his HP. I'm not sure what the real plan is. They just want, like, stuff to happen. They feel like they're much stronger than they are. Already 15k gold deficit. That's 3k per player. That's an extra item. Bash first hit, because why not? Cookie used. He's not getting out of this one.
Monet, again, with another kill. That puts him at 10. 10, 1, and 8. These heroes just cannot survive with the Ursa making the jumps that he is. And now without that Aegis, might have to be a little bit more careful. But I say that, and
he does have a
he's
BKB.
got a full BKB flying out, so maybe not. So now using a little bit of that mana to look for some vision here, and these heroes are grouped together again. It feels like they've been holding hands the entire time, saying Red Rover, send Monet over. And Aster oblige, and they get these kills. They're like, send Monet over. All right. Well, Stampede action. They've got the Walrus Punch. It's on to Bobica. They get the kill to Craze. They'll end up trading 1-for-1 so far. X in a decent spot on the high ground, but the force stamp over from XXS.
Doesn't get on high ground.
Right clicks over. They'll take out the Zeus. Siumong also falls with BKB being popped by Monet. They'll kill off this Tusk. That's 4 heroes dead. Son Goku on the run, but Monet's right there with you. He'll try to get out, but of course, a bash is in your future. And so is waiting to be back alive for 40 more seconds.
Monet has been pretty blessed by Gaben in this game.
GG.
He jumps in, gets the bash, and Dawn Gaming, they will call it. Sitting at 0-4.
Yeah.
Not looking good for them, but Team Aster so far undefeated, 4-0 for them. Kind of expected result. You know, we don't need to put the gloves on, pretend that no one expected this to happen. Team Aster, you know, team that has international experience, that did well at TI. Looks good. This is the team that, you know, looking right now like the strongest Chinese team.
Yeah, Aster looking really good, saying to everybody, show me the Monet.
Yeah.
As they just continue to take out all these teams, give him all the gold he wants, and make enough space for him. Monet's certainly feeling very consistent in a lot of these games, and you know, even with that first death that maybe looked a little bit like, oh, you know, this could be a different game for Dawn. He knows how to recover. He knows how to really get his farm and make everything work out pretty much according to plan, right? Like Monet is just been perfect.
He's been stable. Yeah, but most definitely. I think you talk a lot about Shiro as the next Ame in the Chinese region. Monet, he's up there.
Oh,
you know,
for sure.
His performances has been top tier, and you can always rely on Monet to carry the games.
Yeah, Monet's been doing a really good job, surrounded here by veterans, XXS, Bobica, even Picu, you know, somebody who came into the DPC and had that Tier 1 experience the last year. Like, I think he's really gained a lot from being with this team, and he's looked very good. And so have Team Aster. They take the 2-0 over Dawn Gaming. They continue to stay undefeated. I'm going to throw it over to the panel to break it down. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Beakup and Lacoste. What a series it was. 2-0 for Asta. It did look a lot better for Dawn, though, here in Game 2. Sind, T, Kazu, that's what you three were all in agreement for. Would you have liked to still see a little bit more aggression on the side of Dawn? Or you were like, they really did execute the lineup how it was intended, and Asta just were a whole nother level above?
I'll start by saying draft-wise, this was a better showing from Dawn. I think play is, again, just a bit of a mismatch. You know, Asta, they're a team contending for major, contending for a good placement at a major if they were to get there. And for Dawn, I just think they kind of just, it's just where they're at right now. They're not on the same page. They're not as individually as skilled right now. So they are, unfortunately, even when heroes look a little bit better for them, they are going to find these moments where they overextend, over-rotate, and Asta just punishes them. So, yeah, it's better showings draft-wise, but, yeah, play, just not there yet.
No,
Cool. Yeah, okay, so I was just going to say, I feel like we get to see the problem with the Zeus and Sniper having overlapping weakness, right? I think for an overall, or it wasn't the total last pick of the draft, but for the last pick for Dawn, I don't think they got enough bang for their buck out of the Zeus. He ends the game with a Kaya. It's, you know, he never got there. The laning stage for Void Spirit went well. I think this is actually not a bad laning matchup for him at all. So he just buys stick, bottle, he sustains, he farms. And then he gets Witchblade and he just kills Zeus all around the map. He just hunts him and he hunts the Sniper. So I think that is a takeaway here for Dawn, is that they clearly like their Zeus. This isn't the first time they've picked it.
Yeah, this is the second time, and always last pick too.
I'm just not feeling it in the games that they run it. Like, it's, as always, it's completely fine to have your own take on things and your own strategies that other teams aren't running. But I think this hero needs better conditions than this to shine. And yeah, it just wasn't there.
Yeah, like I think their early game was pretty nice, right? Like maybe the first, especially like the bottom tier 1 move, they win like some small fight. But I think when you see very experienced teams play, they don't just make one play. Like at some point in this mid-game, Astro are like, yeah, we want to chill a bit more. We made a mistake taking the spot fight. We're going to play in like killing groups, like 2+2. And once this happens, I think against lesser experienced teams, they struggle with defending two parts at the same time. Where it's like at some point the Sniper is alone, at one point the Zeus is alone, you know, which goes a little bit back to the draft where they don't protect each other, but they both need protection themselves to actually play the game. And yeah, I mean, I think Boboka kind of set up nearly everything. I mean, they all have pretty nice scores, except for their +5, but that's allowed. You know, he's also getting tossed in by Boboka here. You go take some spells for your team. But yeah, I think Astro just showcasing that they're, the powerhouse team of this region, at least right now.
Was there anything else stand out on the side of Asta when it came to gameplay, vision, map control, itemization, or are you like, it's just so stable, it's always working for them? Like, it's almost how consistent it is the shining moment for them?
I think in order to really stand out, I think you need stronger opposition, actually.
Yeah.
Like, in order for something to look truly magnificent, the opponent needs to put you to the test so that you can show brilliance. I think in this game and in this series, you're kind of just coasting. So you do your normal stuff and it's enough. Yeah. If we're going to see brilliance from Astra, it's going to be against one of the stronger teams that they still have to face. So I mean, right now they're not a lock for top 4, right? They're 4-0, I believe. So like technically they can get a tiebreaker for 4th, but at this point, like they need to win one more series and they're into the major, and they look like that is not going to be an issue. So very strong team.
The one thing that I did like, or I feel like something that isn't as easy to see or not talked about as often, are the wards a team places depending on the situation of the game and the map. Sometimes you need lane wards to like see people run out, or you need defensive wards because you're so far ahead, because the only place where the enemy carry can farm is your triangle. And in this game, at some point, they're like 10k ahead. They're like, okay, we just need lane wards to see the Sniper sneak out. We see him, we go there, we kill him, and it's over.
That's the main thing. Also, having the wards, but utilizing them correctly, because you can throw them down and be like, okay, we'll just play for this. It's like they're in the lead, they have the vision, and they're just playing into that. I think, especially when you have these games where it's like Seed 1 versus Seed 7 or 8, it's like you need to have the vision and the punishment of it. I think the best tell was like when PSG played against Dawn, they had the same style of play. Asta goes against them, same style of play. But then like you have an E-Home team that goes against Dawn, and some of the games get a little spicier where Dawn has some moments. I think that really shows kind of how the top 3 teams kind of can dominate in games, and then the other teams that struggle. They still win, but they struggle just a little bit more. So yeah, Aster just proving that they are. Again, it feels like just a lock for the major.
I was waiting for an interview at the moment, so I guess just a small topic of conversation while we wait for it is this Zeus last pick. I was incorrect in saying that it's the second time Dawn have done it. It's actually the third time they've done it as their last pick. Let's kind of ignore what else they're doing in their draft and like kind of question why is it this last pick priority? What is Zeus really offering to a lineup?
Stats-wise, it doesn't even reflect a hero that he plays a lot. It's his 7th game competitively on Zeus compared to, if you think about other heroes, Storm, 62 games, Ember, 62
What?
games, Pup, 55. Like, I was looking into the stat. I was hoping to see like 100 competitive Zeus games, you know, or
And you're like, now it makes sense.
Yeah, but like it really is. I have to really scroll a lot to get there, and maybe it's just like a hero of the week for him or a hero of the month where it's like I'm kind of vibing it. Also, a lot of the drafts for Dawn, they have some frontline and they need a bit more damage, so maybe, but yeah, not really feeling it too much.
Look, a little bit of homework for you guys for next time that we see Dawn playing. But Aster Aries 2-0 for this winner's interview with them. We are going to be graced with the presence of their coach. It is ROTK. Thank you so much for joining us, ROTK. Congratulations. I want to know a little bit about, I guess, how you are as a coach. Could you tell us a bit about your style for anyone who isn't familiar with you?
首先恭喜你们拿下胜利。想问一下阿神，就是很多人可能也很久没有看到你执教了，你能简单的来描述一下自己的执教风格吗？
风格吧，风格我觉得就是，怎么说呢？大家6个人一个团队，然后最终通过磨合，然后日常的一些训练、交流、沟通，最终大家都怎么说呢？把游戏内的游戏理解，大家都能差不多达到同一个高度。
Yeah. So I think my goal is to bring 6 people all together through the daily life, through the practice, and I think the final goal I have is to make sure everyone is on the same level of understanding of the game.
All right. When you are looking at drafts and doing a lot of prep work for your team, what are some of the strengths or weaknesses you're mainly looking at around Team Aster?
那你平时帮 Aster 去做一些准备啊 ，BP 的时候，你觉得你们现在队伍的强势就是比较强的这个点是哪些？
比较强的点嘛，我觉得就是一个好的团队，就是不会有特别突出的点吧。或者说就是说每个队他都有自己核心位置的1到2个人吧。我觉得我们队的话可能是，怎么说呢？肯定是以1为核心嘛。然后其他的话就是看英雄选。
Yeah, I think for a strong team, they shouldn't have like something too stand out as a strong team. Everything should be on the similar level. And usually for a team, there's 1 or 2 key players. I think for our team, it's our position 1, and we try to play around with him.
Okay, I would like to know, so when you join a team as a coach, which you have, was there one thing that stood out to you after watching like 5 replays where you were like, okay, this is the key thing I need to work on right now with this team?
那我想问一下，就是你接手这支队伍之后，有没有就是你看了4、5场录像之后，马上就是脑海里想到了，我接下来要针对这个点去帮我的队伍加强一下？
我觉得其实我们这个赛季这个新队伍是基于他们原有的4人组的前提下，然后组建的一个新的队伍。我觉得就是怎么说，然后来到这个队伍之后呢，首先就是想让大家原有的4人组他们的打法跟一些游戏理念上为基础，然后再进行一些拓展。让我们新加入的2个人能更好的融入这个团队。
Yeah, I think my focus, because this team based on the previous roster has 4 players, and then there's 2 new players, me and the mid laner. So my focus is actually to make us fit into their style, the previous 4 players' style, and fit into their game. That's my goal.
Okay. So after TI, there wasn't really a big patch. Is there anything that you're hoping to change when we next see the big patch before or after the major, be it Roshan, map, like gold or XP?
那就是 TI 之后的话，其实也只有小版本的更新嘛。那在 Major 之前的话，有没有你作为教练来说想看到的一些改动，不管是肉山还是地图这方面的？
以往几年的这种版本改动来说，一般来说，像美酒冠军啊、TI 冠军之后，他们的可能所玩的一些英雄体系，更多的是削弱他们的一些英雄嘛。但是这一次 TI 之后，其实只是怎么说呢？地图也没什么改动，然后游戏机制啊，包括一些击杀的赏金啊、小兵啊这些，包括骑兵啊之类的，感觉都没什么改动，只是削弱了一下一个大祭品吧。我觉得之后应该对于更多英雄的改动上，或者说更多游戏机制、内部机制的，比如说一些经验、金钱的增长，我觉得才是一些大的改动吧。目前感觉这种改动改了等于没改。
So from my experience, usually after TI, after a major, they're gonna bring some nerf to the winning team. But this year they didn't change much, just some minor changes. And race pack. I think it's what I'm looking forward to is some in-game mechanics change that really gonna change the style of the game, especially like economy, especially like the experience you get from killing heroes or creeps. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay, cool. Hopefully it comes soon.
Yeah, final question from me here. So you said that you and the mid lane are obviously trying to fit into this team. How does that work outside of the game? Is there something that the team does that you do like for fun or for team building? And how do you, how's the team life when it's not inside Dota?
就是想问一下，之前你也说了，你们新来的2个人就是尽量的去融入4个人的老体系里面嘛。那游戏之外的话，你们现在队内的氛围怎么样呢？你们有没有一些游戏外的这些团建啊？这方面就是让大家的感情更加深厚。
因为其实这次我们集合时间相对于其他队伍的话要晚不少，所以我们就是集合了之后到现在，基本上也就没放过假。大家除了可能圣诞节一起吃了个饭，其他的时间大家都是在基地内讨论跟DOTA有关的东西吧，然后去赛训，包括去研究一下其他队。
So our bootcamps start pretty late than other teams, so we don't really have time to do stuff outside the game. But we do spend times on Christmas Eve. We had a big meal together. Rest of the time we just stay in our bootcamp and talking about the game.
All right. Well, ROTK, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. Asta's performance has been phenomenal. Thank you for joining us.
感谢接受我们的采访。
Thank you.
Bye. It is.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, it's very nice and refreshing to hear from the coach's point of view, because sometimes we'll ask, a few drafting questions or like how is the whole team coming together, and it's very how an individual person feels about their lane or their performance or how they're doing, and the coach just always has like this overarching sort of viewpoint. It's really nice to hear,
especially when it's RTK.
Yeah.
When you think about China, it's Zhao, RTK coaching wise at least, and then there's others, but for me at least it's always they're the two big names for me. At least the names that kind of carried over to the Western audience enough. So for me, like asking a question when you want to hear some patch stuff, it's like he wants kills and he wants more gold. Now in the back of my mind, like Asta wants to be even more aggressive. Like, ooh, maybe we get to see that on a patch or two. But yeah,
that would be really enjoyable to see, like how they would adapt to it. And he's like, yeah, let's just keep going more and more and more.
Just keep
aggressive.
killing. Yeah.
I mean, ROTK when he was playing competitively, he was always a hyper-aggressive player, right? I think that's the kind of play style that he likes the most. I thought it was interesting to hear that he comes in as a coach and he's like trying to slot into the team, because I think the Western perspective of ROTK is that he's like a very strong leader. Because when we've seen him in like video clips or in True Sight, etc., it sounds like he's like really the boss.
Oh my gosh,
we're doing things,
that was insane.
We're doing things my way, kind of. So I thought it was interesting to hear. Yeah, I'm coming in as the coach, and my goal is to like merge rather than. It doesn't sound like I'm going to run this team, but I want to make myself and the mid laner a part of what the others have already built, so it doesn't feel like it's ROTK's team in that sense, if that makes sense.
It's like a path of least resistance will also always benefit the most, but there is something to be said. Maybe he's trying to slot in and they develop really what Asta's identity was, and then slowly in the back pocket you have this other identity that ROTK is like, we can also do this, like I know how you guys work now.
I feel for RTK as well. Like the last time he was coaching was Elephant, and that was a world-star roster that didn't do so well, and that could have been maybe our old perception of him. That could have been the whole force ideas onto players, and maybe that didn't work out. He's had a break and now it's like he's kind of refound himself as a coach, and this is a whole new style. But it's really cool to see how he has changed from some previous interviews, previous content pieces to now this single interview. It's like Sin mentioned, it's a way more like not laid back, it's more just ready to listen and then work on it. When you have a coach like that, I think that is 10 times better than a kind of authoritarian style, do this, do that style. So,
Yeah.
Maybe it's good for him to have joined a team that was already like, in
Yeah.
form rather than going from the start.
Sure.
Because now maybe there's a better balance of, I joined them, I fit in, and then over time,
Yeah,
I can maybe
there's a
involve some of
foundation.
my ideas. Yeah.
For sure. Let's have a look at standings, and then we're also going to have a look at schedule just after it, so you guys know just where we are in China region. It's day number 7, so there's a lot happening, a lot going on. Team Asta, you already called it, Sind out there on top with 4 wins. Doesn't yet secure them a major slot yet, but it definitely puts them in good position for one. LGD closely second with 3 wins and 1 loss. The Knights with 2-1, Extreme on the same scoreline. eHome is 2-2, IG 1-2, Asta Aries 3 losses, and Dawn Gaming after this series, unfortunately 4 losses. And yeah, it's just like you raise Asta up, but at the same time there's the counterbalance of, unfortunately, where Dawn's sitting. Asta Aries and IG, the second series of our day. It's going to be happening in over an hour, I believe.
Yeah,
if
give or
I
take,
can do
yeah.
quick
It's
maths
like
and
an
time
hour
zone.
18, yeah. An hour 18, yeah.
Oh, well then you guys get 18 minutes to talk right now. 18-minute podcast. Let's go. No, I'm joking.
It's on me. All right, okay, so PSG, their scoreline looked pretty decent, but they still need to play against Extreme and against Asta with a cheeky little IG series in the mix as well. So I think PSG easily can still finish first or finish most likely potentially
The fun
third,
thing
yeah.
is that LGD Asta game you're talking about is the final series.
No
of
way.
That'll be a
The
good one.
DPC. Let me double check. I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
You're not
It
lying.
is the final. The final last. Ultimate.
Final,
Yeah.
Before
Not
the
pen-
tiebreakers.
Yeah.
If we
Yeah.
keep doing this for
The
18 minutes.
ultimate.
Final.
We're not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to plead production to throw us to a break. When we come back in just over an hour, we are going to have that second series for you guys. Bye. Thank you guys for sticking around and welcome back. We have our second and final series today. It's going to be Aster Aries up against IG. And to help me talk about these two teams and the games that are going to be happening, it's Sheepstick. Kezu, you're still here. Not really going to talk to you.
Thanks.
And Lizard down here.
Lizard down there.
They're all the way on the other side.
Why wouldn't you talk to
were just-
Kezu?
Because I had him in the
okay.
starting. That's
We
the only
can
reason.
talk.
Yeah, so we can have a chat.
She finally remembers to introduce you, Lizard, and now you're
It
throwing
was
a tantrum.
one time.
He's
It was-
throwing a tantrum.
It was
I'm
one
not
time.
throwing. Of course, I'm throwing a tantrum because I'm not used to this kind
Have
of
you
attention.
ever actually been next to me on a panel before? Like physically next to me?
I try to stay away.
You know what? That's a fair call. That's a fair call. Luckily, Sheep will take one for the team and stand next to me.
Bro, I'll be real. Like, I left this table clean, and now I'm looking at the table, and it's disgusting. There's
Okay.
so many fingerprints
That is,
all
yeah.
over. Whoever was
Kezu?
here, Kezu's an
I don't know what
animal.
happened. I am an animal, yes. I don't know what happened over there.
That's all right. We'll clean it off. We'll try to ignore it for now. Instead, we'll turn our focus to the teams. Aster Aries versus IG. It's not looking too hot for either of these two teams. They definitely both want to start picking up some wins here. I know IG got one over Dawn earlier in the DPC, but Aster Aries looks kind of good in their series yesterday. Unfortunately, couldn't convert it to a win either series-wise or game-wise. But from you guys, what are you looking forward to now that they're going to be coming up against opponents like IG rather than Aster?
Thinking that Aster Aries is perhaps my favorite in the series. Just seeing from the way they play and how they execute their drafts, I think it's a little bit stronger, it's a little bit sharper. Meanwhile, from IG, my heart has been broken way too many times. So let's just go with Aster Aries. Like, what's making them tick? I feel like White Album in that series versus Aster has played a couple of really nice games. So he stepped it up a little bit. They pick different heroes for him too. So that's always nice to see. And what I really like about this guy, the Red Panda, is that they stopped picking these crazy position 5s for him. So they moved away from the craziness. They stepped into the light, into the normal picks. No more. His nickname is Red Panda, but that's not a reason to pick him Brewmaster like 5
Every
times
time.
in a row. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he was like a standout player for me last series when he was on his Tusk. He was like initiating pretty much everything for his team. He was just owning super hard. I think he set the tempo really well. I was very impressed with Red Panda, especially. And they should have won game 2 against Aster, let's be real.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it was so close. They were in a dominant position to do it. Obviously just had a couple mistakes there that didn't let them finish the thing out. But yeah, Aster Aries, I'm also with you. They're my favorites coming into this.
It's only a few wrinkles they have to iron out, you know? It's not like you've just pulled it out of the washing machine and it's all crumbled up. There's just a little bit left, when you say, Kezu?
I mean, they've already played against, the teams that you would call the best ones. Your Aster, LGD, Extreme, and they had competitive games against these teams. Whereas IG, they've played more against like the middling teams, and they got their win against Dawn. So I feel like stat-wise, sure, IG have a win more than them, but I would also favor Aster. I think they've played pretty well, and also for IG, I feel like their core trio is still a bit of a question mark for me. I feel like Dust, he did show up last time, like a lot more than in the first 2 series, but I think they're going to have to replicate that again today in order to, I think, match up well against Aster Aries.
Yeah. For me, maybe the story of IG is more of the story of captaincy or lack of than cores, obviously, but if your main star player at the same time needs to do a lot of shot calling, if he's the one that everyone listens to, and let's be real, I feel that Timo is the guy that everyone listens to on the side of IG. Like,
Yeah. But, I mean, Emo, sure, like, people might be listening to him, but he's moving from POS 2 to POS 1, so it's like he's still trying to adjust a lot in his new position, and on top of that, essentially getting a whole new roster, it's
rough.
Yeah, I don't know if you can describe it any other way.
No, I mean, like, just make it easier for this guy too, right? As you guys are saying, he's moving roles already, like, don't let him move roles, focus on his own game, and then tell you how to play your game. Like, people need to, like, chip in and also, like, do their own work, right, in the game. If you need to initiate, how to team fight, etc. It's like, it should be a shared effort, not like one guy telling everyone, you do that, you do that, you do that.
We had the feeling, right, Sheep, we were discussing it in their previous series, that they don't look always like they're on the same page. It looks like someone initiates and everyone is latency 500 ms.
Yeah, it's like registering the brain to tell the team and then saying it over TeamSpeak and then the rest of the team getting it and then them initiating as well.
If it's not instant, it's probably not gonna work.
Yeah, I think we had like there's been lots of discussions on calls and stuff, and usually it's like, oh yeah, whoever has their timings calls. And I think when we interviewed IG, they had the same thing. They were like, yeah, like whoever has timings goes. But I think they said Emo does the most calls, and that's kind of a question mark for me. Like, if he is switching roles, is it easy to do that? That seems really hard.
Kind of a question mark. I got it.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
I was like, what?
You
I
don't
was
have-
slow. The
Okay.
latency was slow for me. That was fully on me. That was great. It's fully on me.
Yeah, but it is. It's like you're playing a new role. You're trying to adjust to that. You're also trying to make the most calls and captain your team. And is that an easy thing to do? I'm not sure. Especially on carry as well. Like, carry's one of the harder roles to make calls from, because you're meant to be focusing on yourself and like not your team.
I think the added note as well is, I think Sind was on the, or maybe it was you, Kez, you were saying from the answer of that, it's like, yeah, that's what most really good teams do, is that everyone has input. But when you're a new 5-stack, I personally just don't think that that's going to be something that flows very naturally. From your point of view, Kezu, though, is that something that still works even when everyone's new to playing with each other? Or would you prefer them to have a dominant person stand out?
I think it can work, but I think when you're new, it's good when it's like a shared effort, or it's like maybe he's strong for like 10 minutes and he knows exactly at his timing, I need to do this, you need to do that, and this is how we make it work. But then maybe like his item timings fall off and he needs someone else to like step up, his off laner or his mid laner, and then, you know, that guy takes it and then they kind of, you know, swing it back and forth.
All right. Let's have a little bit more chat about Aster Aries. Let's go back in the other way for you guys. Do you recall who was doing that calling for them?
I don't think we asked, did we?
Have we asked?
I don't think
Oh,
so.
we haven't gotten a chance to ask.
Yeah.
Because that's my bad. That is, again, fully on me. Now I feel awful for bringing that one up.
You don't have to. Like, if you look at them, they have, like, in comparison to IG, they have multiple players here that have been around in the tier 1 scene for quite a bit. Like, I don't know if you can consider Irving. Is that how you Irving? I always pronounced it that way. Like, I don't know if you can consider him and Paulison and Dust on the same level of these White Albums and Red Panda. Red Panda perhaps, but White Album has definitely been in some really strong teams in the past. So they do have the capability to share that load between different players. So I think it's a little bit easier for them.
On skill level as well, how would we rank, or compare the lane matchups? Yeah, we have player comparisons showing up on the screen behind us a little bit. But yeah, when it comes to raw skill, let's say we gave them even sort of playing field when it came to hero matchups, which team would you be favoring for each lane?
I feel like carry-wise, I would definitely rate Emo higher than his counterpart. I think I would say mechanically, skill-wise, or laning matchup, I think Emo is probably the strongest player in this game when it comes to lane. Mid lane, I'm not sure yet. I still want Dust to, like, you know, show me his like true power, really.
Yeah.
But
I'd go with
what
White Album on mid lane.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far, I think White Album would kind of have a slight edge.
Weren't you saying Dust was really, he was in the upper part of rank?
Wasn't he rank
the
1?
top
He is rank 1?
percentile
Okay,
rank, yes.
I didn't want to say it because I couldn't remember exactly.
I
but it
remember
is
rank 1.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I thought he was really good at laning, but then it was his mid to late game decision making that was like
Right.
pretty.
That too, yeah.
In previous teams, that's usually how it looked like. Like, laning stage, it can go well, but what happens post-laning stage? A couple of throws here and there, it kind of all falls apart. Meanwhile, for White Album, like, he's had, like, a couple of really amazing series in my eyes, like even a year and a half ago, like when he just came into the tier 1 scene, when he just came into the Chinese DPC region. Recently, he had a little bit of a... Well, he wasn't playing in as strong of teams, so he also didn't look that great because he didn't have as strong of a supporting cast around him, right? But I believe in him. Like, I'm a fanboy, a tiny little bit.
He's improved a lot, I think, this player.
We haven't seen IG play for 6 days. I have just realized that. That is a really big break for a team. Like, yes, the DPC is condensed, but to get a 6-day break, what exactly do you think they should be, or what are you hoping they spent these 6 days focusing on and trying to improve?
I think maybe some of their decision making, and like especially when it comes to like the mid and like the important fights basically of the game. Like their early game seems kind of okay. I think they combine the heroes kind of nicely, but like how they jump, who should be the one to like lead the charge in that time, and how do you make it easy for everyone to understand what you want to do as a unit?
Okay, so it's still really coming back to the shot calling for all of us then in every aspect.
Yeah, like that. Just fundamentals. They even said like it's too soon for them to be pushing their versatility in draft because they're just like trying to bring out the best of each player. So right now, focusing on fundamentals, making sure they're making the right decisions.
I actually love this,
the best.
fundamentals. Like, I love your point completely, because there are some teams that you literally lose against because they play faster. They're just smoother than you. In my example, I remember playing versus FNG's Gambit back in the day. Like, we did everything they did, but they did it like 1.5x, right? Like, they did it faster, so you couldn't really compete. I don't get that feeling from IG. I don't get the feeling that they are doing the right things at all at the right times, right?
Oh,
It's not
wow.
even the time. Yeah, for real, like in the for real.
For real.
Oh, God.
100 emoji, skull emoji.
In their series, it didn't look like they had a general plan how they should rotate and how they should move on the map.
Right.
And going back to the fundamentals that Sheep was talked about, I hope that in these 6 days, they managed to iron it out a little bit.
Yeah, this was like against eHome especially. Like I made a note of like their support duo always showed up slower to like the mid lane and engagements and stuff. It was just like they couldn't ever get a handle on the game because the other team was just moving quicker.
Well, then what sort of draft is going to enable them to do it? What heroes in the meta right now would you like to see come out on IG or even Aster Ares?
I think both teams kind of like Rubik a lot. I think we'll still see it, fairly highly contested, I think, in this series. Also, I think if IG prepped very closely for Aster Ares, then I think that they should maybe look to play a little faster than they have done before. I think LGD ran them over pretty hard. That's the only time Aster Ares didn't really have a chance whatsoever. But I think in all of the other games, they were a little slower, and then they actually looked very scary. So if they get the time to do that, I think Aster Ares is going to have a very good time in this game.
Okay. And so then is that going to be a lot of importance listed on... I didn't even realize the draft is up. I'm not gonna lie.
Up.
The draft's up.
Don't worry.
Your
I can stop
question-
asking questions.
yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's out the window. Rubik,
It's out the
you're
window
right.
because we have
Contested.
a Rubik, yeah.
Great point.
Kazu,
Got him.
Good
Got
job.
him.
Good job.
Thanks.
Really
Made
very
it.
nice
Call on the
call.
Rubik.
Yeah.
Let's go, me.
Yeah, well, how would you respond then to a Rubik opening?
10
Kazu, if you were
seconds
drafting right
remaining.
now
Just
for
don't
IG?
draft a hero that doesn't pick spells.
You just
give me a
skill stats.
silencer.
Skill stats.
5 seconds.
Skill set.
No, like it's we had a good response yesterday. I think it was Into the Breach. I don't think IG will do something similar, but just something that feels good to you that doesn't give away too many good spells. I think Mars, sure you can steal the spear, but if the guy is very on point, you've got the bulwark all the time to steal it. And overall, heroes that don't care about Rubik in the lane, like this is just a solid, dual lane combo and mid game combo. So
We did see a very crazy couple of
Yeah.
arrows yesterday from the Rubik.
Stolen, yeah.
Stolen, yeah. Not from the Mirana, but from the Rubik.
It does make me a little bit worried.
that was Tofu Rubik though.
It was.
I have to wait.
I mean, this is the.
He needs to step up, He's
Yeah.
got to prove himself.
5 seconds remaining.
Well,
Yep.
this is the comfort we talked about. The Mars, Irving's most played hero, if it is going to him, most likely. Mars is a little bit awkward to open with, just because like I feel like there's so many heroes that are counter to him. Like you have to kind of put a lot of bans to him, otherwise people will end up with pretty good game against him. Like you can see these Pangos and stuff like that coming out. But I think for comfort-wise, I'm happy to see it. The Mirana as well, it's just another support similar to Rubik that does a lot of damage. Like she's just this ranged, annoying hero with the Starstorm build. It's just
10 seconds
kind of something that
remaining.
matches this Rubik's pacing a little bit. So I think the opening response, it's not like overwhelmingly
5 seconds
beating out
remaining.
what Ares are going to put out, but it's comfortable and okay.
It's also the slash pick for me screams White Album,
Yeah.
but it's also kind of flexible. We've seen a couple of Flash Racks being
Radiant
played on the
team
offlane
back.
as well, so that's something that they can definitely flex. But I would like to see it on the mid lane. Like he plays a mean Lash, and with this Lash you get a way of actually dealing damage through the arena and whatnot. Like you can move around the Mars, you don't really care that much about it. But we have seen ways of dealing with it
10
last night.
seconds remaining.
We've seen the Kunkka, we've seen a couple of other ideas as well. So
5 seconds remaining.
what did Secret try? Secret tried Bane. It didn't work.
I love the
Yeah.
Pudge against the Lishrax
The
so
Pudge?
much.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, I actually didn't know there was healing reduction on the Ags on Pudge. So,
Learn something new every day.
of course, I'm not a core player. What can you do? Well, not carry, I mean.
What is this game again?
Dota 2?
Is it?
Nah.
I think so.
Interestingly, like when Pudge came into the meta well, he didn't come into the meta. The Aghanims was added on him.
Yeah.
Morphling was broken, and that's the first thing that I thought of. Like the Aghanims just for the Morphling. I read the numbers on damage. I'm like, yeah, sure,
5
whatever.
seconds
I guess it's fine. It doesn't matter. and then everyone just started doing it for the damage because it's insane, or was insane at least.
It looked pretty good yesterday. Honestly, I'd be super down for it again. Imagine if you're like stacking all this healing reduction. What if you got a Bane, and a Pudge, and a Vessel, and an AA,
and a Scotty.
and a Scotty.
Does Venomancer still work with? Is Venom still a thing? He isn't, right?
Well, let's
Not
not get
really.
ahead of
Yeah.
ourselves, okay?
Who was that?
Lasale, that bringer.
I don't know of him.
You don't know that name?
No.
How are you banning them as Aster Ares? How are you protecting this final first phase pick?
So I think
Lesh.
both teams need to think of something similar. So when you play Mars and you see Lesh, it's a very tanky hero. So you need follow-up damage in this arena so that the hero actually dies, right? You don't want him to like live through the early spells, pop his Bloodstone, heal back up. So I think
10
follow-up damage for
seconds
IG can be very good here. Like Snapfire, Hoodwink, anything that just, follows through onto the Spear arena. And I think for Aster Ares, if that's the follow pick you see from IG, then you need to protect your Lesh more. So I think Phoenix could have been a choice for them, but maybe they're too scared that they would pick it first. So I think Lizard was talking about the Kunkka. Those are just like ways of helping your core stay alive in the early fights, because that's what Mars wants to do. Wants to go into the fight, drop his spells, hopefully kill a hero. But if you can negate that, then you're basically answering all the team fight that Mars offers.
Yeah, I would have liked Phoenix for IG more than for Ares, because we will be picking it into a Mirana as well, right? But for IG, it's just so good. It's not only a great combination with Mars, I just love playing it into a Rubik, I love playing it into Lash. Like Lash does nothing to your egg. So.
I wanted that hero for Aster Ares. I was thinking like we've seen the Abaddon response like once or something to this Mirana type combo, but Shadow Demon I feel has been stonks slowly rising. I think he's a really good hero, and I think he's been kind of underrated just because of how versatile he is with the shot as well. Like he can just the Dispel and the Purge are not linked to one spell, you get two. So what he's able to put out in a fight is so massive in certain lineups, and I'd like to see him more as a defensive support, especially when you already have damage and catch on Rubik Leshrac already.
And now you get an easy Mirana setup. Like we might go all the way back to when Mirana wasn't used on her own lonesome. Now you have a partner that you can work with. I do like the Shadow Demon as well. I wouldn't like to like on Aster Ares. It would have been fine with Lash. I guess you can set up the split turret, but he doesn't necessarily need its setting up. And Shadow Demon. With the Mirana, I can see it working, but with the Rubik, it's like, I don't know, like two of the same things, sort of, kinda. Not necessarily, but two of these heroes that are constantly on the sidelines, that if they get jumped on, it's just screaming, for me, it's just screaming, pick something that play makes. Pick any spirit and destroy us, please.
But don't you think IG, at least by having SD, lack damage?
For now, yeah.
They do for
Definitely.
now. I think they're gonna need either some heavy damage control or like a Pangolier type hero that like disrupts the fight. So I think for Aster Ares they did pretty nicely with their second phase. It's kind of like this enabling fact for the Lash. You have the snowball save. Dawnbreaker also loves to play with heroes that either jump in very aggressively like Storm, or heroes that can just run in and tank, which of course Lash ticks the second box. So if you're IG, I think something to disrupt the fight or try to have some very fast damage and poke is what they're looking for.
Still very flexible from Aster Ares, but seeing their other games, you would think this is a Tusk 5, right? Tusk 5, they need a carry in the end. Dawnbreaker, Rubik offlane, Lash mid. But now we have a bat as well.
There's
so
some damage.
a lot of damage and nothing that they can do about it
That's
at the
a
moment.
very good pick. Like I was talking about, the Lash wants to run in and then like have people enable him, where Bad Rider kind of breaks that whole thing apart, because what they want to have happen is they go on Lash, we save with Tusk or Dawn. But the thing is, when the Bad pulls you in, he's going to pull the entire team out of position when they try to save him. So Bad usually is just very good against Lash, both in the lane and in the game, and especially in this one. So this, I'm pretty confident that this was by far their best pick.
Yeah.
I love it. And it's also, on top of that, you cannot use the Rubik lift save against someone that's being lassoed, so that mitigates that level of save from Ares. And it's sort of sustained damage. Like, obviously the initial jump is kind of like an all-in type thing, but like you're playing against a Dawnbreaker, and heroes like Batrider can kind of play more along like, you know, sticking over time and stuff. It's not like I'm committing everything all at once, which Dawn is pretty good against.
I'm just looking at the last ban from Ares. It's an anti-mage, not a hero that we've seen so far.
We've seen anti-mage bans,
Yeah.
really, like a few times now.
And the PL ban, okay. I mean, the PL ban, Yeah, you're banning it because you're playing a Bat Rider, but at the same time, like, do you care about the PL?
Wasn't
Like,
there a really good PL last pick yesterday? Didn't ITB pick
Yeah.
it? I really like that.
Western Europe.
It actually made me start to believe again.
The anti-mage, by the way, has been banned 6 times, but that's across all
5
regions.
seconds
So.
remaining.
Still a lot.
Yeah, never picked though. Never
Honestly,
picked.
it's just like a hero. It really has to be last picked. He has
Yeah.
way too many problems otherwise. I do think the hero's slightly better than what people think, but it just has to be picked in the absolute correct like situation.
Do you feel that this could have been? I guess it could have. Like, they don't have a lot of catch. There's only Rubik, right?
I guess it depends like what also what Aster areas are like setting up for.
Yeah.
I could see a potential Slark for them.
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe the lane isn't great and perhaps they want a ranged carry with the Tusk. But I
do
think
like
it
the
would
Slark, yeah.
try to once again help your cores against the lasso later. Like when you get to the Ags, shard timing, you can always pounce after the bat and try to save your guy. Because I think still, now it's on you to kind of answer the Bat Rider in one way or another. Either way, you break the lasso, or you get a carry that can start the fight for you. Because right now, Aster's lineup doesn't have that.
Yeah,
And when you can't jump against a Bat Rider team and it's always free on them to decide it, that's not good.
Yeah, I feel like we are going to see a Slark ban or an Ursa ban from them here. So those two options, perhaps for me, are decent. A bit difficult into the Shadow Demon, I guess. But yeah, Slark or Ursa. Is there something else? Like there are these heroes such as Jug and whatnot that we see every now and then pop up, but
5 seconds remaining.
oh, Naga instead. Okay.
Naga was a decent ban too. Can you snowball lasso? You can't, right?
I think you can't.
I have no idea.
I think you cannot.
I think you cannot. If you didn't
Why
see
can't
it, I always go by this like reasoning. If I didn't see it in the game, if I can't recollect seeing it,
It didn't happen.
it
You can't do
didn't-
it.
can't happen. Yeah, because it's not like sometimes that doesn't work because the matchup isn't played often. But Tusk versus Bat is really played often, and I don't have to like read to kind of guess that. Nice one. Good job.
It
Yeah.
does make sense.
Makes so much sense.
Well, they need like actual lockdown now for Slark because he ain't dying. I mean, he could he could potentially die within arena because you can't pounce out of it, right? But then you still need the damage like within that arena to kill him, and they don't have that right now at all.
And there's some save as well. There's Dawnbreaker. There's Rubik later on with the shard.
5
There's
seconds
Snowball,
remaining.
obviously. I think you just need a one-to-one matchup that beats Slark
Maybe
late game.
Faceless Void, is it banned?
It's not.
Still in the pool.
Could be fine.
Yeah.
There's got to be something better, I feel like.
Faceless
My-
Void
my-
feels a bit bad into Dawn.
I was gonna say, what are you
yeah.
looking for in this last pick carry?
I do think someone that semi-deals with the Slark. Like right now, you're kind of answering all the other heroes, but I think if Slark pops up in this game, he's gonna feel very good. So you need a hero that just has, as Lizard was saying, a good matchup one-to-one with the Slark.
What about just a Bloodseeker then?
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's definitely a decent option.
I just
No.
want something that isn't all in against Dawn because I'm assuming this is an offlane Dawn,
Yeah.
and in which case she can just like buy an Ags, for example, against the Faceless Void, and then you're pretty much completely worthless.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker as well might struggle in the laning stage itself, but you got a ton of armor, I guess, so you can lane that. That's the perhaps that's maybe a problem that I see with the Shadow Demon. The laning stage itself, he doesn't strike me as the strongest laner ever.
Yeah. I think it's rough no matter what, because they also lack the ability to do Roche and take towers, so they kind of need a carry that can fulfill objective taking. Whereas
They're kind
Ares
of
have-
lacking a lot.
They are lacking a lot, yeah. I think
Caught
that's why
lacking,
that was
yeah.
my biggest problem with the Shadow Demon pick, is that it feels like they have too many problems now.
Okay, there you go. Fixes everything, I
Yes.
guess.
Does it? Does it?
It
No
is.
more holes in the draft.
No, it's a really strong TP pickup, I feel like.
Okay.
It's one of those heroes that if you... I think we had this discussion before as well. If you want your carry to solo the game, you pick him TB. It's always
They
been
did
like
this
that.
last time. I think it was them who
Yeah,
picked
I
I'm
it.
pretty
think,
sure it
and
was
they
too.
lost.
Yeah.
But this time around, it's good. Like Slark can be a little scary super later on, but overall, it enables them to do rush. It enables them to do to take objectives. It also gives them late game potential. Everything that Sheep wanted.
You want to add anything, Kizu? You want to add anything, Sheep? Very
I
quickly.
think the TB helps the Bat Rider to play the map with the split push, but I really like the last 3 picks of Aster Ares. I feel like they enabled each other very nicely and picked what they had to.
I also like Aster Ares. I think it's just a lot easier. Like the fact that you have to bring your TV to take any objective is really annoying for them. Whereas Ares are happy to bring their Leshrac everywhere.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to this game. Then it's game number 1, Aster Aries up against IG, and your casters are going to be Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. We're here. We're back again. It's going to be some China Days. Yep. I just realized we're both wearing red. I didn't even realize that before.
We're matching. We didn't even need to say anything. Easy.
Nailed it.
Same
Perfect.
page.
So you liked the bat pick a lot. You weren't quite as hot on the Terrorblade, and I think it's mainly because of how strong the Slark is going to be, which the panel acknowledged as well.
I don't like TB as a hero in this meta. We saw them try to use it the other day, and it was pretty disastrous. I think the bat pick, at the moment that it was picked, looked amazing because of how much pace they can set, but then the Slark comes out and you're like, ooh, maybe it doesn't look so good, and they have the Dawn to counteract it. So a lot of different things I feel like Aries now does have going their way, but let's see if IG is going to be able to play at this fast pace with 4 heroes. That's the scary thing, though. It's like they have these 4 heroes that are great at playing aggressive. It just, is the TB going to be able to carry the game with all this space? I'm just not sure. I don't have any confidence in this hero right now.
No confidence in this hero, but if anybody could do it, it's gonna be Emo. We'll see if he can make it happen. As we get into this one, again, the other little dynamic to think about coming into this game is what both teams series have looked like so far, because they both played a good amount of games, but it actually hasn't been against almost any of the same teams. For Aster Aries, they've played against the presumed top 3, and then for the side of IG, they've played against one of the ones that we might be seeing towards the bottom side of it. We'll see.
Yeah. And look at these item starts. Ready? We're playing versus Batrider and Mars. Everybody buy a stick. It's stick gaming, baby. There's going to be one lane that spams Rebuke, another one that spams Shadow Poison and Reflections and stuff like that, and another one that spams just Sticky. So it's an amazing stick game for the lanes. So for lanes, for Aries, they covered their bases already. I like that they did that right away.
So Aries will have a lot. If they have a 5-on-5 fight at the start, can you imagine all of the value? So much value.
I'd be pretty shocked. Even though there's an SD Mirana and they have this great pickoff, I think their level 1 looks so weak. Because it just TB. I really want to see if Emo can make this hero look good, because it has looked so underwhelming. Meta is so long cooldown. You're so squishy all game.
Yeah.
And I know we have seen the TB versus Lesh matchup. People were picking it a lot at some point because the TB, you outrange the Lesh, right? Lesh has some difficulty getting on you, but he's got a Tusk. He's got a Dawn. They have avenues to be able to bring this Lesh or help this Lesh survive so that he can get on top of the TB. So let's see if IG can impress, and let's see if Dust, that Batrider pick, which he has struggled on. He's looked great in mid-game. He has made crucial mistakes, though, on this hero of overcommitment.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a back-and-forth type of sort of season for Dust, just in the DPC writ large, as White Album already trading hits with them here mid. But both of these teams have struggled at times. I think that there's been more moments where I felt like Aries have looked solid, though, playing against some of those top teams. What was it, the match against Extreme that you were talking about that they might have won one or something? One of those top teams that they were able to take a game off of. And so for both of these teams trying to right the ship, because there's only one series win between the two of them.
Yeah, I feel like Aries' score doesn't really reflect how they've played, right? We had that incredible high ground defense the other day that they did make a little bit of mistakes. And my question's always going to be is when is Emo going to actually be able to get involved versus all this crazy amount of damage?
As we see the replay here, I mean, it was, you know, not really a great chance there to try and get a save. There was maybe a chance for a snowball save or something like that, but the 2 stunned by the Lesh as they were running mid was really solid.
It was close. Like TK almost got snowballed, then he got speared away. They actually almost don't even lose the Rubik there.
Look at how close the net worths are amongst the Aster Ares team.
That Tricore scaling really nicely, and they have a Tricore that scales, and for IG, they only really have, sure, you know, Bat can do some type of scaling, but the TB is that big scaler, so have to be a little worried for them whenever the state of the game starts to get like this. They have to make bigger hits with the Mars.
You can see 66% right now on the probability. And yeah, 3 is bigger than 1 last I checked. Banishment. No arrow to follow. Game looking very much comfortable for Aster Ares. Want to see what their next decision is as far as, like, do they try and push down one of these other towers? Are they going to just sort of play it a little bit more safe, farming to that next item? Unclear.
Still look to play a little aggressive, and they just always have bailouts, it feels like, yeah. Like now White Album is, now he's really hard to gank. Like maybe if they even try to set up on him, the Dawn ult's gonna come in and they all just get turned on from the crazy amount of healing. And like I was mentioning before, they don't have this urn, this vessel kind of carrier to prevent a lot of that heals. It's an arcane mech on the Mirana that we've gotten used to seeing, but I feel like this game could have seen some merit for that Spirit Vessel rush.
Finding Irving. The rest of the team coming in. The arena, it hits onto both. But the Dawnbreaker ulti to try and turn this. Dust gets control over that Lesh. White Album is very low with Emo to the side. This is looking a lot better for them here. And will take down that Dawnbreaker. So Lesh, Dawn dead. And we're seeing, you know, if they do get the jump, it's not bad.
Ares the one who forced the aggression and get turned on. Jumping onto Irving, kind of a mistake there for them. But a quick turn up from IG. They brought numbers. That's BKB lasso, that's meta. They used literally everything there for the fight. Now they have to be careful how they do position.
Well, of course, with Arena down, Ares very comfortable going for some hunting plays here. And we're also seeing something that could become a problem later. The Shard queued up for the Slark.
Yeah, that save. He can definitely protect his allies versus the Mars and versus that Bat Rider. Looks like he's going to finish his BKB first so he can just commit into fights. But yeah, that Shard's definitely going to be problematic. Tons of save, right? So much save on the side of Ares. And a good steal. Red Panda's holding on to this Demonic Purge.
Oh, yeah. That one's pretty nice. I feel like against the Bat Rider in particular, that's going to be hard to play against.
Yeah, it's like the complete counteract to that early BKB timing. If he just gets that Purge onto him, Dust might just be brought down.
Has a mech too on Red Panda. Have a cool little build for the Rubik. Not often seen, but I like it. I think, is he going for Force after?
Probably. I think we saw GH do the mech build as well. I think we've seen a couple of people, but not that many. I've been seeing a lot of variety from these Rubiks. Lens, Shard Rush, Mech Rush. More heals though, right? They're playing around the sustain lineup.
Absolutely. Sustain, stay alive, wear them out.
If you have long duration team fights on the side of Ares, you're probably just going to end up winning them. Because it's all about like exploding a target quickly for the side of IG.
Yeah. And
QIQX? Ooh, can't catch him.
The Blink Dagger done now on the Tusk, so even more avenues to start a fight off. They're a little ways away from BKB on Mars.
He's showing.
And that means he could be in some trouble here. The rest of them move on in. Ooh, tries to get out, but it's just White Album. It's there. The stun even popped the arena for this, and the shards force him back out. Yo, that was cool looking. That was really cool.
Tried his best to save himself, but now it's actually like a double mistake, right? Dies, he's going to respawn, not have arena as well, too. And Ares, they didn't have to commit anything big. They can look to take a fight still.
I mean, Ulu was still farming while I was going on. He got gone on a little bit, but he was okay with it. So, White Album comes in, clears out this mid lane. Last couple of engagements after the disastrous one in IG's side of the map have been pretty rough, or pretty good for Ares. And IG gonna need to sort of find some more of that sauce here.
They have a full Scotty on Emo. Well, he's got 5,300 gold, so hopefully he just
Okay.
goes and picks that up. That could be a key for him to stick onto this Lesh, stick through these BKBs, and actually be a little bit tankier.
Right.
I've been seeing him also just putting stats in instead of leveling up the reflection, so just wanting to tank up versus this big burst damage.
Yeah, he has it completed. Yeah, so I mean, that's one thing, definitely. Like, Lesh's build right now, this Bloodstone into the BKB, is great to try and, like, you know, stay alive and out-damage things, but if Scotty's done, can't regen through that.
If Emo can keep the distance, he's going to do well in the fights. Just can he keep the distance is the question because of that gap close that's on Ares. Quick little pick off, QIQX.
Yeah, Rubik there was fishing for the imprisonment, trying to get that disruption. Couldn't manage to find it, though. TK hunting around with White Album right behind. They're going to blink forward, find the Mirana. Do they have anything for after? Gets caught, but still 2 more leap charges. Paulson's fine.
Yeah, they don't want to fight in that same area that they just kind of threw away their lead in. So being a little bit more hesitant.
And Emo with Scotty done. I wonder if that maybe also is part of it, like seeing these Scotty illusions now. They're sort of not playing as aggressively postured as they were before.
Yeah, they definitely saw him finishing it, so maybe just they have to just get on him. If they don't get on him, then Emo probably will be able to control that fight, but they have to be careful how over-aggressive they play. And also, I don't feel like they're really forced to do too much on the side of Ares either. Like, they probably know we have a great scaling lineup versus this Terrorblade, so as long as we don't, like, feed these kills in the enemy jungle, should be able to out-carry him.
And for IG, they want to make the move first. They want to take advantage of this timing.
Get Irving a good ult. Who's he going to find?
Right there, it's TK saving that ulti. Snowball tries to get out of there, but with Dust in the area and Paulson too, they should be able to get the rundown. Does he force out a lasso? Doesn't look like it. Gonna get dropped.
They will be able to clean up the stack with all those Ancients dropping low.
That was
a good little move.
Yeah, really well done by IG. They get the kill, don't use any big ultis at all, and now take control of the area, get some vision down.
Next big move for them would be if they can catch one of the big cores, then they can pop meta, go straight to Roche. footings, game gets to like later stages, it's a free Enigma game. The BKBs, Blink, there's nothing to really cancel it. So for Ares, they need to make less mistakes. They need to be much more careful with this Alchemist.
I think that's the point where you're just rolling the dice and get Bash or Ember. Just hope.
Hope for that slight to hit the right one.
Is there can you do the Basher Abyssal? Or can you do Abyssal with Ember? Slight
It's
and do
quite
that?
a commitment of gold.
Okay.
But, I mean, maybe you could do something crazy. I don't think we'll ever see something.
Okay. Fair enough.
Ulu BKB is done. It should be way more survivable now versus the Snapfire Kisses plus that Pudge that keeps getting tossed on top of him. But Emo, he's also about to have an Ags. So when BKB is not active, he will be able to eat through this Alchemist with that health regeneration negation and all that damage.
Oh, he's so close. He's 50 gold away. 50 gold. Can they get there to help him? I don't think it's going to happen. The toss comes out, and they're going to take down that Pudge. Very annoying.
40 seconds till he respawns. He'll have the gold pretty much as he does respawn, but a big delay. Anytime off the map, that's where it just allows Alchemist to just rain in all that gold.
Now, SF did get the BKB at the same time.
Okay.
So they do have at least somebody to kind of match that tempo and do the damage. Not sure if it's going to be enough from SF, doing about 200 damage a pop. But Alk, at least for right now, won't have a ton of armor on him, particularly with that presence already gone.
Blink and AC, though. Next 2 items there for Ulu. Now starting to poke, but I don't think they're aware of this. Polison, he's got Blink. Super early. Well, pretty early timing for your 4 Shaker.
Yeah.
Emo, though, back up in the Aghanims.
Done for him.
This could be scary here for Ares if they're not careful how they make the fight happen.
They find one, the Requiem there on a 2, and there is the Echo. Can they do anything enough, though, to bring down this Pudge? They're doing a ton of damage onto Emo, trying to kill him off. They bought back on White Album, and runs in, stun onto 1. Irving up on the high ground, goes for it. Does he decide to go for the black hole? Connection, the Malefice, it was enough. They didn't need to.
It's a dieback. White Album dies at the initial, jumps back in to get aggressive, and dies again. Uh-oh, Ares. They're really struggling right now. They keep trying to go onto Emo, but he is just, it takes them so long to bring him down that everybody else gets a full lasso of all their spells off. Uh-oh, Ares. This game is starting to look a little complicated for them. Having an Alchemist lineup and you don't even have much of a net worth lead at all.
Yeah, and look at this one. Again,
so quick.
A really good recognition and just setup for IG. They knew what they were doing. Even when you find that SF illusion, it's not going to be quite enough.
No, the Requiem combo was beautiful. Hook, they had full faith in Emo there to be able to go for that.
Right.
Emo barely, I mean, he barely even dies. He drops low, Greaves start to come into play. He's so damn tanky on the Pudge. IG, they still have Black Hole available too, so they can look for this next fight.
White Album respawning in 10 seconds. We'll see where he decides to go, but they do have Darkseer here. Does realize what's coming his way. Fissure, Hook, got him again. Too easy.
Might be able to go for the Roche now.
Yeah.
They have a huge window.
30 seconds with no vacuum. And, I mean, poke and prod is a thing, but you don't want to die again on White Album. At the very least, they're going to need to go on in and take this tier 1 tower mid.
Poke and Prod's just scary, too. As we've seen, the Fissure into Hook. It's happened multiple times this game. If they get hit by it again, they're just dead. They'll just get Requiem comboed right afterwards. Ares, they're going to give this one up. IG in a pretty comfortable spot.
And it looks like they won't even be able to come on in and finish off that tier 1 tower mid. So the gold lead into the favor of Ares slightly because of that Alk. Although, okay, Ava can't get the toss back. Dust already popped Requiem. Control is there, rooted for the moment onto Enigma. They're going to come close to losing TK. Pig pull, trying to run away. Get some distance, but the Malefice is there. Oh my god, Emo's hunting. And Darkseer just wants to double shell this wave, it looks like.
Emo is a true menace this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, speaking of, there are a lot of heroes nearby. Gotta run.
Can you get him again?
Oh my god.
Emo.
Dude, what a player.
I feel
He's
like after he hit that one arrow, the one hook on like his creep bottom, I think he's landed every single one after that. He's having a phenomenal game on this Pudge. It's working out. The Alchemist game, it's
again,
just not happening right now.
Like, they didn't have vision there, right? Like, that was just from the death of the creep and knowing the path that he was walking back.
Oh, that's a different build on the Alchemist. Hulu. I didn't even notice he picked it up. Mage Slayer.
Okay. I mean, against Pudge, yeah.
I guess so, yeah. Interesting.
Does he get it? No, not this time. Red Panda gets away.
He's still so farmed, but yeah, the Ember and that Darkseer. White Album, after having such a spectacular, flashy game, his dieback really hurts him. He is so far behind that SF.
It was such a good Pudge pick.
It was. It's really Polison who just made it look so damn good. Him and honestly the two supports. Because it's every single time that the tossback happened on the Pudge, you just saw free kisses landing right on top of those targets.
Right. I mean, it is still an incredibly farmed Alk, and he is going to, you know, have a pretty good timing also on this AC once he gets it completed.
There is that free game for the Enigma as it gets. It's a looming thing.
Yeah.
Blink, Ogre X on his way toward BKB.
Do they decide to smoke up now? That's kind of what it feels like.
If you don't have the gold lead as Alchemist, I mean, and it's usually quite a high one. The game just feels so slow, especially your Ember, your Darkseer. They're all magic damage reliant, really.
Yeah.
At this point, is everybody on IG is so tanky.
Well, they smoked up with 3. They didn't get the Darkseer in it. AC is now done. White Album gonna zip back towards his team.
Oop, little bit of lag.
Slight lag there.
2 minutes. IG still has Aegis. Probably want to still look to pressure forward with it. Side of Ares might be looking still to go for a fight with this freshly picked up AC on the Alk. Then he'll actually eat Emo. Emo definitely is lacking on that armor department unless he's standing next to the Enigma.
Yeah. Yeah, much needed potential armor item going to be on the way. Would be Shiva's or something after the BKB.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe just BKB in like casual plate mail, and then he'll figure it out afterwards.
Right.
But yeah, right now, looking to force a little bit more at this Aegis. They still have 90 seconds.
Ares see the Eidolons heading south, signaling that's where they're going. And another BKB completed for Ares, this time on the Ember.
That's an important one. Now perhaps he can actually look to play aggressive, actually poke, instead of just worrying about getting insta-killed right afterwards. But
yeah.
I think it's time. I think it might be time for them to smoke up.
Yeah, need to get something done at least. Yeah. Hasterin up top. That is really good. And that one is going to be scouted. So Invictus, they're going to know that they have, and yeah, the smoke right underneath where that ward was.
Yeah, it looks like it might be caught like just the tail end of it.
They're hoping to find somebody. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to connect right away.
Age is still for 30 seconds. But yeah, not going to find anybody.
Have to push out this bottom lane. So, I was wondering if they were going to, on Ares, try and go for a maybe wrap around and take that mid tower or something, but it looks like it's instead just head back to get together, farm out another round, but in that time, it's IG that have taken the net worth lead.
And they've gotten now the BKB on the Enigma, so the big one to look at. On Ares, they still have ways to get the initiation, right? The tiny tossbacks, and they have good ways to poke and prod. Some of the best, always Ember Spirit. We always can talk about that, how he can just force BKBs out of nowhere. But still looking really hard for them to take any straight 5v5 engagement. Even though Alchemist is so big, it feels like IG is just starting to get stronger and stronger as the game progresses in comparison.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely true. And you also have the BKB now there for the Pudge. So that's the other thing is that the main combo they had was Vacuum into Avalanche. And now all of the heroes that are super important in these fights, it feels like, have an answer to it. Ulu, does he go in for this? It's kind of crazy, but TK's there to sort of play defense a little bit. They see Irving, spot him, Avalanche, toss back, the jump, the stun, the control, it's enough. He goes down, and now right on top of Emo, but there it is already, the BKB. White Album has his own BKB pop, the chase in, find Paulison on the back lines. Ulu in trouble, but is it going to be enough for the kill? It is. QX, he goes down. Oh, also, they break the Echo Slam, so nothing there, but they find the kill onto White Album. Do finally bring down that Pudge.
Another buyback.
And look at it, Shadow Fiend, he's stuck killing himself. He's rooted by the CM and dying to the illusion. Oh. They somehow win that fight. Aries perfectly do it.
TK God. I mean, we've seen him do this a couple of times on his Tiny. He gets literally the best possible target he can get. Then he gets a secondary one, tosses the SF into a weird position. Looks like Emo might be able to clean everything up, but the buyback from White Album plus those tossbacks, beautifully done from Aries. Finally find themselves back in this game.
Yeah, that was much needed. And, you know, hitting their power spike.
Yeah,
people talk about, like, you know, what happens when you just black hole everybody and the net worth stuff doesn't matter anymore. It's true if you kill the Enigma, too. Goes the other way. What a fight.
Beautiful. I mean, really beautiful jumps from TK over and over again.
Yeah. I didn't see the dust hit on the back of it. But yeah, right there, and just tosses him into the midst of it all. Dust just walked into the trees, end up caught in no man's land.
And then the toss back as well, too. Paulison, of course, we did see that whiffed Echo Slam, too, was trying to get the connection. I mean, the damage, the Echo Slam, it didn't hit, but I feel like he was actually going to Echo Slam on top of the Ember anyway, who ends up dying at the end of all of it anyway, so ends up doing its job, even though it would not have, even though it didn't connect.
Well, and you can see there at the end, too, the only hero that really feels like it needs to get a wall on is the Shadow Fiend in this one. And if it happens, it's going to be a pretty big beatdown.
IG just has to be more careful. Enigma especially. He's the big one. If he didn't get a single spell off, and the fight is still kind of a trade back and forth because it is White Album having to use that buyback. So now they want to get the initiation themselves. Echo Slam back up in 10.
Well, and the other thing is he didn't BKB. Could have potentially done that.
Irving didn't. Yeah, I mean, he died in the toss up, and then he landed, and he was super low, so held on to it.
Well, I meant the avalanche there. I thought it took a second where he could have maybe gotten it, but it might have been before the little window.
Smoke up.
Smoke on smoke. TK spots everybody. Blinked forward. They were up high ground.
Oh, Olsen now in a weird spot.
Gets stunned. Ulu pops BKB, runs in. Vacuum wall onto 2. It got the illusion on the SF. Backs away, but there it is. The black hole onto both. Everybody that's there is no longer. Dust slowed.
They can't go in.
No,
Alk.
There's no way.
He popped the BKB so damn early. It's a 6-second BKB now at this point, too, so every one of those seconds counts. Beautiful jump there from Irving. If they get the Pudge on top of him with Midnight Pulse, with that reduction of healing, of course, from the Rot, too, from the Ags, it's an easy kill. And yet now, Roche on the menu.
Well, really good play there by QX to get the Force Staff out. I don't know if they knew about the Force Staff in that last fight. They're going to come and try and contest this. This is wild. But they're going to do it. And now, Avalanche, Toss doing some damage, actually, and finds the Snapfire. CK is going to die for it.
Emo wants more.
Doesn't have BKB for 30 more seconds, but without an Alk, he can feel pretty confident heading out there.
Shard taken by SF, so Aegis and Shard for him now. Level 20 hit as well. So now the physical damage from Dust, it's very relevant. If he's able to stick onto that Alchemist, you'll see him be able to bring him down pretty easy too. For Ares, they had a little bit of that moment in the mid lane, but if IG is able to actually cast their spells in the Enigma, you can see how those fights are going to start going down. This BKB, just 6 seconds. Ulu has to be very careful how he pops it.
Right. It felt like a one-off, being set up and in position on Ares in a lot of ways. If Irving is not found at the start of the fight, it's not a fight. It's just going to be a massacre.
Unless they can do some fun, remnants thrown out to break the blink and stuff like that. Yeah, they still have chances of doing that, but it's not the easiest thing to execute by any means. As Paulson, by the way, he has a BKB on Shaker. Just super farmed still.
Standout performer of this series, for him at least.
If he gets vacuumed into a weird spot, he should be just fine to BKB in turn.
Yeah.
White Album, Aghanims is now finished. He's still been having this incredible performance. He's had to buy back twice, so his net worth doesn't really reflect how good of his game it has been.
Doing a lot with a little. His damage to like net worth ratio is going to be insane.
Oh yeah. Soon to have the shard, so that's like that blink breaker versus the Enigma a lot of times, and not able to take advantage of Black Hole being down at all. Ares, since they're playing into that Aegis, they're reluctant to actually make an aggressive move. So IG, they're probably going to be able to smoke and look for another fight themselves here.
And in fact, they do just that. IG looking.
Got everything at the ready. Ares kind of looks like they know it's coming. They're in a pretty good position.
Waiting to break it. And White Album, the one that does slight dodge. Irving looking for his opening. They have TK. Paulson had already popped his BKB. But obviously, Ares cannot go in if they don't see Irving.
TK the sacrifice. But now tower also going to get brought down.
Level 20 Alk. Ace attack time. But the damage is bigger for the others. They're going to smoke up the wraparound.
Full butterfly on SF.
Oh, he's wrapping around
He
all
actually
the
didn't
way.
get the butterfly delivery yet.
Oh, back. Not really doing good enough.
Dust.
Under control. The damage is there. But looking for the black hole. Irving, wait his moment. He catches it. On to 3. Oh, it's not quite enough, though. Do they have enough damage here to bring him down? It's going to be Red Panda. Dust pops the Requiem, but TK, Ava, toss, connects, the jump in, coming from Ulu, killing him off.
Oh my God.
Dust is gone. Irving, triple kill for Ulu, finds Emo, tries to break it, but it's not going to be enough. It was just illusions. I thought it was another hero, but...
They catch Paulson.
Oh my God, they got him. Paulson in trouble. Got him caught for the kill.
So much to talk about in this fight, actually.
What the hell?
Some disaster, really, that happens for IG. I mean, White Album, he did an excellent job. He was actually chasing Paulson whole fight.
Was that their force staff?
I didn't actually see the force.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
He was chasing Paulson out of the fight, so Shaker's not in it. And look, SF, his courier delivered the butterfly, but he actually had quarterstaff in his backpack. So then courier runs away. He actually doesn't get the whole butterfly. 6,000 gold, not on the SF for the whole fight.
God.
Dust is literally panicking. Watch him in the fight. He's literally running around like, wait, where's my butterfly? Oh my God, doesn't even know who to hit pretty much at all. And then they can't actually focus the Alk because the important thing doesn't connect on him. That black hole, the most important thing that has to hit the Alchemist, doesn't get him.
My goodness. Yeah, a couple of centimeters to the left, and he was waiting that whole time for it. It didn't come out. I think the reason that Dust was on the far side, I couldn't tell. It looked like a force staff, and I thought at first it was from Ares, but it could have actually been. It might have been Tiny's.
Yeah, I didn't quite get to see. I literally was just watching Dust panic because he disassembled, right? He had Mask of Madness, so he did the disassemble play, and then Quarterstaff was locked in his backpack, and the butterfly just ran around and left him. So I think he was like, telling his team maybe to wait, and then they get jumped. And now a huge opening for Ares. Even though it was IG with an Aegis, this Alchemist is now at critical mass. I mean, we even saw the overwhelming blink come into play right after he purchases it, because it's after those BKBs wear off.
Going into Scotty next.
Oh, boy. Okay, now White Album's net worth reflects how amazing of a game he's had.
Yeah, a big injection there.
Yeah. Shard purchased up plus another 2,300 gold.
Ooh, okay, an Aeon Disc done for Darkseer too. So that might be another avenue to go for this to deal with the Enigma a little bit. Not easy though.
Irving has to hit the better targets though. He cannot hit the supports. He can't hit Darkseer. He has to hit Ember and Alchemist or Ember / one of the two. He has to just control these. He cannot be going for Darkseer plus a support, 2 supports, like that. It looks fancy, but he just misses the edge of that Alchemist. It's probably more important than if he just catches only the Alchemist there than if he even lands like a 4-man black hole.
Yeah, totally.
Sometimes tough to determine that in these situations, but it is an Alchemist game, so that is all the focus that you have to put on him.
I mean, if he dies, it's 30k net worth that's doing nothing.
Yeah. Huge opening now for Ares.
What can they do with it, though? I mean, because even if they, like, you know, sort of take control right now, shut down the map, and, like, get Aegis themselves, you know, the wildest dreams, best thing that could happen for Ares, I don't know if you feel comfortable walking high ground against this lineup.
No, still not, but you're going to be able to develop this nice gold lead.
Okay.
White Album maybe has buyback again for the next fight too, so he can play super reckless with his remnants and just cause havoc. And that's really the name of the game, it feels like, for Ares, is cause this panic, cause these tossbacks so that Irving feels pressure to have to go for these weird black hole plays.
Shadow Fiend rebuys the Mask of Madness. Interesting.
Okay.
Queuing up Satanic after.
Radiant's bottom tower
That is
under
definitely an
attack.
interesting one. Because he's not going to use that quarterstaff for anything else.
No.
Okay. Just wants sheer DPS during black hole, I guess.
Yeah. Make sure he can get those kills. Trickster Cloak picked up. Ulu takes down the tier 2 tower down bottom. They're going to be able to claim this outpost.
This is a crazy game so far.
It really is.
Just these small little plays making the big difference. Just these small little mistakes making the big difference as well. And those are always the most exciting games. When the more mistakes I feel like we have is when, when Dota just becomes the absolute best. Aeon Disc Tiny, Aeon Disc Darkseer, as you had mentioned before, even queuing one up on the CM sub. Yep, that seems to just be the answer. They're like, okay, we don't really have the Basher kind of itemization or the BKB Black Hole Canceller, but let's just survive it.
Yeah, wait it out. Of course, if Paulison starts it off by getting a big echo or what have you, then you're still kind of screwed. White Album, they have a ward down. Trying to catch him. And
Paulison's hungry.
Fissure, hook, caught,
got him,
dead. That's what they needed to get.
These two so on point with their Fissure hook plays. Now the ward will be spotted, but it's 100 seconds, no Ember.
And they know that Roche is up now. That was an Eidolon in there, I think. They're also going to throw in the tree. Pinging this high ground that, yeah, there might be a Tiny in the area. Emo, the one that's there, but the blink back from Tiny keeps himself fine.
I feel like they should just start this with Dust right now. Start the Roche. Yeah, they're going to.
Buy back immediately.
There it is. It's going to take him time to get there, though.
They're heading in with the rest of the team.
It's almost dead.
They're moving in, but they're not going to get there quick enough. They don't realize it. It's going, and it's gone.
And it's a refresher shard, a huge one for the Enigma if he wants to hang on to it. They'll give it to Emo for now.
Paulison, his smoke broke as he walked high ground for a second there, and then blinked up north. So they think that they're all coming over this direction. IG just don't want to take a fight right away, waiting for their moment instead. Big, huge.
He's going to be able to hang on to that one. Pass it off. Like, it depends on the situation. I think, yeah, okay, cool. I was going to say, depends on situation maybe, but I would imagine he gives it to Irving.
Yeah.
So now 2 black holes that they're going to have to play around. And an Aegis, and a Cheese too. So do they have the damage to be able to go for it? They're going to have to probably go around some like toss-back plays in the next fight.
Yeah, and I think that the type of like misplays that you would need to mess up 2 of those would be pretty crazy. Although, if you just pick off the Enigma, that could be one of the ways to do it.
Which they have done pretty decent at.
Yeah.
Still feels like it's anybody's game. I want to say IG definitely has a good advantage going into these later stages of the game. As Panel had mentioned, their lineup scales really nicely. But with the way that we've seen Ares playing, just getting some catch-offs, it still feels like it can go either way.
Maybe we'll get some more server-breaking vacuums.
Good. White Album. He's got to be so careful. If White Album dies, that could also just be game over.
Yeah.
Because they really need this Ember Spirit. So they're going to look to smoke. They're going to look to get the jump and maybe catch IG off guard.
77% right now is what we're sitting at. White Album shows in the mid lane. Remember, he bought back earlier. TK, smoke breaks.
Oop.
Blinks away. Emo, recognizing that they're in the area. Drop down a gem check. Emo, Shivas, they know right where he's at.
Not the target they want to go for first, though. Way too tanky.
Now walking high ground, Paulison. Red Panda is going to be there to smoke break. Emo throws out the hook, misses on that one. Fissure's going to connect. Red Panda in trouble. Back wall onto both. But the black hole, it connects onto both of them. These heroes, Aeon Disc, not sure if it's going to be enough. White Album finds the backlines, trying to kill him off. Black his souls, but the BKB is there. Second round of this. Is it enough damage to kill off the Alchemist? The answer is yes. Alk goes down. Both black holes used. That is exactly what they needed.
With that refresher shard, Irving can kind of throw out the first one and then just wait for when he sees the Alchemist. Gets him this time.
Yes.
No way to protect the Alk versus that BKB hole.
But no creep wave either right now for IG. After the fight win, they're going to have to head up top.
70 seconds till Alk comes out.
60 on that Darkseer.
And it's still the Aegis, so Dust, he probably feels pretty comfortable being able to walk up toward high ground. Ares, can they get this defense held? Might have to use the buyback to hold onto the racks.
Yeah, they got that D ward on the one that got the pick off earlier. Doing some slight shenanigans. Cannot afford to die right now on the Ember. Buyback status is still on cooldown for him. Jump in, toss back. Gets the force out. And Ulu right on top starts to punch him.
He's getting hit
but
hard,
Dust, though. Dust is doing a lot of damage. Well, can they do enough there? Emo, he pulls him back in. He's in trouble. He's going down. That is a dieback. That might be game. As IG find the moment that they needed. A silence right there onto the Ember. White Album, nowhere left to go. Aeon Disc and Remnant out, buddy. Remnant's back in. The Fissure just barely off the mark. Emo chasing. Finds TK now. Tried to go for the Dismember. It's not going to be enough. Vacuum wall onto only one. Didn't catch Dust in that. Tosses him back through the wall. That helps a little bit, but this SF illusion not going to do nearly enough damage.
TK, I mean, they try to go for this big play with the toss no target with the Alchemist, but they can't kill Emo in time, and it quickly becomes a disaster. That BKB, it's only short duration. If Emo doesn't die, then he just turns and bites the Alchemist. 70 seconds. IG, they also have Black Hole at the ready.
They feel comfortable just walking high ground right now.
Feels like Ares has done a couple of these fights where they've initiated onto themselves, I feel like.
Yeah. Not the way they were hoping it would go.
No.
And will use a glyph here, but Dust has Satanic going and takes down that tier 3 tower. Gonna take down Rax. See if he goes for topper. You know, 40 seconds is a long time.
I think they should keep persisting forward. They still have Aegis, they still have Black Hole. Aegis actually only 5 seconds. Still gonna look to go for it. Level 25 on SF.
7 seconds left on Satanic. He should be okay with this. Reclaimed.
20.
TK has that toss back now. Finds it here. Trying to burn through him. Dust. Pops the Satanic, and he's fine. TK dead now. Has buyback. 100 seconds on the sideline, though. He's going to need to use it if they want any hope of chasing these heroes down. But it looks like IG, they're just going to get away scot-free. Refresher done on Enigma. Game has gotten significantly harder for Ares.
Yeah, now they have to do some type of absolutely insane team fights, and even then there's going to be that second round always for Enigma's hook.
Not going to quite
there. Might as well throw it out. They've landed so many of those. So.
Yeah.
Down toward bottom, looking to finish up that last lane. And 25, of course, picked up for Emo. So now even more so. If they don't kill him on the initial go, he's got a full heal.
It has to be somehow a burst of 4,000 damage before he gets to cast a spell on somebody. Not the easiest thing to do in the world.
No, definitely not.
But SF, no BKB. Does still have Satanic. And Ember can only really try and whittle away at this.
Emo has Refresher also. So 2 rounds of BKB, 2 rounds of Bite.
To get into their next items, but IG not going to give him that opportunity. Another tier 3 tower in some trouble. They force out the BKB from Irving, and okay, he just black holes both of them. Hooks him out of the black hole. The Darkseer, well, actually doesn't go down, so that's 1 used. Irving looks about a second round here. Has another BKB black hole.
He's waiting for the Alchemist to show. Ulu's sitting pretty far back.
Okay.
Looks like they'll back it up for a second, heal up the SF. Can look to re-go in a second, though. Chemical Rage was used, so it's going to be on cooldown for about 30 seconds here with this push. Do believe they saw that. Polison was pinging it immediately.
Just a little bit of time left over. Can send out Eidolons even if they want to, if they don't want to threaten in too much of a scary way. But
Dust could still look to poise himself up on the high ground there with the background with this black hole plus Echo still.
Yeah, the Lotus. It's all working together in concert to keep him alive.
You still have this ward as well too that's giving some information.
Yeah. TK looking for his moment. Oh, a good play there. Blinks in front to make sure he can't get
There's
the hook out, but it is there. The black hole onto the Alchemist. Dust shows up, turns, starts the fire, and that is going to be dead Alk. GG is called. IG managed to come away with another one, this time over Aster Aries.
A big win for them, really. I mean, this series was really well played by them in their own fashion, too. We don't really get to see the Earthshaker too many times, but Polison, fancy. He's just like showing off kind of most of this game. Him and Emo, on point. These fissure hook combos over and over again. Even though White Album was doing some of the fanciest footwork I feel like I've seen in a long time in the Ember,
oh, yeah.
It's not enough. He kept getting caught, had to use buyback a couple of times, slows him down, and the game got to this point where Irving's job got easy. Black Hole,
Totally.
Alchemist. There's nothing really that Aries can do to react to that.
I will have to eat my words a little bit. He didn't end his career. In my heart, he did. In my heart, a little bit. When you get juked that hard, it, mental scar on me, at least, if not the player. But yeah, props to all of them. I mean, IG, I came into this not thinking that they were going to be able to come away with it, particularly after like the really solid results that we saw from Aster Aries, but they have really looked, it feels like, at the flaws that they had in their earlier games and have come up with new solutions. There's way more emphasis on trying to secure Dust a better start.
Yeah, I'm glad that they kind of, we saw the Terrorblade the first game. I wasn't really a big fan of it, but then they went for their own type of style. Emo's like, give me my Slark. I'm going to go Radiance. It's a good game for it versus the Naga. Give me my Pudge. He looked excellent on it, so I'm glad they found their style, they found their footing, and looking forward to see how they're going to prove versus some of these other teams, because Aries looked like they had a couple chances in this game, but IG just didn't let them.
All right, well, we'll see how their season progresses. For now, we're going to head on back to the panel, then break down the action and end off the day.
A very action-packed 3-game series here between Aster Aries and IG, but the final third game does go the way of IG. Blizzard, you had faith in them. I can't ask Kezu anything because he didn't believe.
He's stupid, right? Blizzard?
You're not stupid. You're an amazing
I love this
brain.
man.
I
On
never
this
said you
panel.
were stupid. I said you
How
didn't
dare you,
believe.
Nat?
Well, I didn't say that.
How dare you mess with my boy?
Thank you, Lizard. What up, man?
That was
Do
messed
you
up
know
of you,
how
Nat.
fast this guy rose to like rank 50 and stuff in Europe?
No,
It
tell
took
me.
him. It took him like.
You know what? I don't
how
remember
much, 6
asking,
months?
Lizard, but I remember asking you about the post-game
Yeah, who
breakdown.
asked? I'll break it down. I'll break
Let's
it down.
form a faction away from that. She's toxic.
Oh, you saying it like you don't do that every time.
She's so toxic.
She's so toxic. Let's form a faction here. We'll fight you. But okay, we'll answer.
What the? Oh, you know what? I got something special for you too. It's right here.
Oh, damn!
Whoa, relax.
All right, back on track.
Back on
IG,
track,
IG this game before we get too derailed.
Yeah, it was a really easy game for them once they get to a certain threshold. Once they hit that threshold in which Irving can just completely dominate the game with Enigma, and that was my point of view during the draft. They have absolutely no ways of dealing with it. Coming further.
How far can I go? Okay.
Well, I mean, okay, because in all seriousness, you
Yes.
did have belief that the Aster Aries lineup was going to be able to sort of get this momentum, steamroll, and be able to win. There were moments of that in certain team fights when it's like, hey, this is what we believed Aster Aries lineup was going to do, but it never came to fruition.
I mean, you can see even when the game was like even, which is not great when you have an Alk lineup, but even then, like when they can go together and have Alchemist jump in and have Tiny jump and play on this like high tempo and chaos, their fights are very good. But I really have to call out Ulu. I feel like going Mage Slayer, skipping the blink until like minute 30, this is not how Alchemist wants to play. Like also look at your teammates. Darkseer's gonna build Greaves and Pipe. He wants heroes that go with him. So you delaying the blink, being top net worth hero and like not doing your job, not going in first and like leading the charge when you have like double net worth of anyone else is definitely a very big mistake. And I think this is what maybe not fully allowed IG, but definitely made it a lot easier for them to get to their timing in like a more chilled manner where the Enigma is strong, he's gonna have 3 black holes. I think Emo also played fantastic on a Pudge.
And this is exactly what we talked about, right? Sheep, if they manage to break them in the 25 minutes, if they manage to break them in the 20 to 25 minutes time of the game,
That's
Yeah,
right, Lizard.
they
That is
can
what we
take
talked
it.
about.
That was what you
Right?
guys talked about, yes. Yeah, no, I think there was a pretty clear theme throughout the team fights. It was, did Alchemist get Black Hole? If yes, they win the fight. Did Alchemist not get Black Hole? No, they lose the fight. There was also some really good, I think the best fights they took were the ones where they found the Enigma at the start of the fight and just straight up killed him.
And that's easier done when you have a Blink Dagger. If
I
you-
have a,
yes.
I have a new game for you guys, all right?
What up?
Everyone, in your mind, think of an MVP. Don't say it out loud. Don't say it out loud, all right?
Okay.
Put MVP in your mind, and I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1. When I say go, I want to hear you all at the same time say an MVP, okay? You ready? You got one, Sheep?
I'm ready.
You got one,
Yeah.
Katsu? You got one, Lizard? All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Emo.
Enigma.
We say emo, right?
Yeah, we said
Yeah,
no.
yeah. That's what you were saying. Yeah. Good work.
Good job.
Yep, that Pudge position on coming in
Always
clutch.
the carries.
Always the carries, never the supports.
Easy peasy.
He had a great game though.
He did. He had a couple of really nice hooks. The game itself was really solid for him. The itemization as well. Going for that Shiva, some extra armor always comes in handy. But overall, I don't know. I think that this game was won by one single pick. That pick is the Enigma. It just throws way too many problems at Aster Ares, which they could have solved. And I completely agree with Kazu if they played on a better tempo with the Blink Dagger coming sooner on the Alchemist. Because that's what you want. You want Radiance, you want BKB, and you want Blink. And you're ready. As an Alchemist, you're ready to constantly be fighting. If you're letting them get to their timing instead, Enigma is one of these offlaners that has ultimate scaling. Like, the hero literally never stops scaling. The further the game, the better.
I thought that's also why they're picking the Alk. Like, you're last picking Alk against Enigma. Like, you know what's coming later. So I thought it's like, oh, okay, you want to play fast, get this high amount of gold, and have the Darkseer with you. Keep going in. Thank you. And, like, just kind of, you know, like, own the enemies. Just get in there with your tanky heroes, make it chaotic. But I feel like they didn't. So if this is how you want to play, then pick a different carry.
I really appreciate that you guys have broken down this game. You've given me a lot of insight. While you guys have been talking, I've been reflecting. I apologize. I didn't actually call you stupid because you put words in my mouth, but I'm going to apologize for it anyway.
Okay,
I'm going to ask us to make up just for the kids, for the viewers. If you guys could come back over pretty please.
I forgive you. Do you forgive her?
I'm thinking I might forgive her.
Okay, we're going to have to hurry up because we have an interview
Okay.
waiting for us. So you actually don't get a choice. Our interview is going to force these guys to stand next to me. And we have Paulson joining us from IG here. Paulson, congratulations on the win. How are you enjoying playing in Division 1 over there in the China region?
Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry. What was the question again? I wasn't.
That's okay. How?
I wasn't listening.
I guess how has the move been from playing in SEA to now playing in China?
The atmosphere in China is way more tense than in SEA, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, and they have like way more intensity in their training.
And
Yeah.
what, from your point of view, what do you think was the biggest undoing in Game 1? What was your downfall that you guys couldn't close it out?
Sorry, let me take a look.
Are you there?
Yeah. Sorry, let me take a look. Oh yeah. We took a fight at mid, and this we didn't notice of what they can do in. How do I put it? We didn't notice what the Slug can save them from us bursting the dash down. Yeah. And that was pretty crucial. And then our TB is our only source of damage, and he didn't buy BKB that game. He needed to buy BKB earlier, and then we could have just kill the first guy down really quickly and basically close the game, I guess. Yeah.
Congrats on the win. I'm curious, what are you guys doing on your down days during the DPC? Because it's a little bit more condensed. How do you guys like improve from series to series in the short amount of time you have?
Basically, we don't have any rest days. We just train from since we wake up to the day ends, and then we just go back to sleep. We basically discuss about the games the entire day.
And are you scrimming every day or just yeah?
We are screaming every day. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, you had a 6 steal on the Rubik in Game 1. I would just like to point that out. The song steal was terrific. So I have a question for you about the first game. You had the last pick TB. You touched on it briefly. Looking back at the game, would you pick TB again and just change his item build, as you said, that he should buy a BKB? Or would you, going back in time, pick a different hero on that slot?
Emo mentioned that he felt that TB wasn't the best pick, but from my perspective and from the coach perspective, we felt that TB didn't. I mean, TB could have easily won that game if we just played better and if we like have the same picture as a team in how the team fight is going to be like. I think we would have easily closed the game.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, congrats on the win. So you mentioned the coach.
Thank you.
You mentioned Emo's speaking a lot during the draft, I guess. Can you tell me, like, you guys are basically formed as a new stack completely. Who's the one making all the shot calls in the game? Do you have one captain? Is everyone kind of leading when it's necessary, or how does it work for you?
Basically, in the game, let me think. Emo makes a lot of the calls, but everyone put in have their own input as well. But overall, in terms of like how we want to close the game and stuff, it depends on who is the damage output.
Oh, okay. And in comparison to your previous teams, do you feel that this is an easier or a harder way to play when you have more than one voice, or is it something that you're used to?
To me, it is pretty messy as compared to the other teams, because basically 5 people are talking in this team, and in engagers it gets really messy sometimes. So it's really hard to focus. Yes.
Sorry, I have one last question. I think you guys and Emo perform best when he's perhaps on a slightly more active hero. Of course, I think he did totally fine on TB, but after game 1, it looked like, was it a conscious decision in the next 2 games for him to like play more semi-active hero, like the Slark and Pudge, or was that more natural because of the draft?
It was more natural because of the draft. Because
And another one last question for me.
Another one.
Yeah. Can you tell me more about your teammates' like personalities? Like, how are you guys like as friends or teammates? You know, just in general, like personality.
I would say they are all pretty chill, except maybe a few of them. They get like really emotional sometimes.
Does anyone flame you?
Flame me? Not really. Not really.
Too good.
Yeah.
They flame each other more.
You're just kind of sitting there. Well, Paulson, thank you so much for sitting here, joining us for an interview and giving us your insight into this series. And congratulations again on a win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, see you later. It was nice to hear he's not getting flamed personally. Maybe a little bit of flaming going on back and forth, but significantly more tense, he was saying, over in the China region compared to when he played in SEA. And just not new knowledge.
I've heard that from everyone who's played in those 2 regions. This one's really disciplined, and this one is YOLO.
It's rigorous. It's disciplined. We're scrimming every day. There are no break days, even if we're not playing competitive.
It's like, I remember the same thing happening here, but the discipline wouldn't really be enforced properly. Like, we would play, we would plan to talk and discuss the strategies 12 hours a day, more or less. But
look where you are.
yeah, one player just falls asleep, the other has a date, you know.
Well, I think we know who's won. I think we got that one sorted out. Yeah, Lizard, that might have been your fault, huh?
No, not me at all.
Yeah, sure.
I was
sure.
always consistent.
Well,
consistently on dates.
Yep.
Never.
I believe it.
Let's run through our consistent close of show, which is starting with today's results. Our first series, Asta versus Dawn. I'd say unsurprising to most, 2-0 towards Asta. Here in the second series, though, Asta Aries up against IG was a 2-1 in favor of IG. And I would say that was a little bit surprising. Not so much the fact of going to 3 games, but Asta Aries have always been so close to closing out series, to winning games off of teams like Asta. I personally at least definitely think this is kind of surprising.
I got a little bit debated as well by the main team interview, in which they mentioned Asta Aries as the top 4. Now I see how it is. It's Big Brother's love, you know. He's trying to like push you into the team, even though you're still a little bit small, but it doesn't matter. I think that Asta Aries can take a couple of series that are left remaining, and perhaps it is possible for them to not get relegated still, right? So.
I'm not going to do any maths live on stream because I've done that before and gosh, I don't want to do it again. As to Aries and Dawn, though, they're down there, bottom 2 with 4 series losses. On the other end of the scale, though, is Team Asta with 4 series wins. Then LGD, Knights and Extreme, that's making up our top 4. And then eHome and IG sitting right there in the middle. Looking to stay in Div 1, but not the major just yet. There's still plenty of series to come. In fact, we have more series coming up tomorrow. It's back-to-back China days. It's a blessing. We've all been asking to keep our weekends nice and busy. And it's 3 best of 3s. Extreme versus Knights, Asta versus eHome, and then LGD versus IG.
All these games are actually very good.
Yeah.
That's it?
There isn't a single series that you can say it's going to be some easy 2-0. Yeah. Maybe the one that's probably
Asta
the likeliest
I think is my
PSG LGD
favorite.
versus IG when it comes
most likely
to
2-0.
It's most likely 2-0. But
Yeah.
Aster eHome is a
I think
really
that's
nice
the one
matchup, yeah.
I am the hypest about for sure because we know Asta, or at least a lot of people, power rankings wise, put Asta up there. eHome was always that, well, they could make major, they might not make major, just sitting on that cusp. And I think this is the moment for eHome to really prove themselves, Sheep.
I believe in them. I love them. I think they're good. I don't, okay, probably not. I mean, it may I hope it's competitive.
It sounded believable for a second.
Yeah, no, I couldn't hold it. It's. I think it's really hard because I think we're starting to see the differences in like skill levels between teams, and I'm not sure I think eHome are like better than Aster yet. But I mean, maybe they'll surprise us because a lot of these teams have been taking things to 3 games and being close, and I think eHome have the potential to do it. It's just, I don't know. I think mostly I was looking mostly at the bottom before because it was between these Asta, Aries, IG, and Dawn on who would be the one that kind of escapes relegation, and now that's sort of sorted for me. The rest feels like it's fit into place already in my head.
Oh, okay. You're like, I've already decided.
Yeah,
she already knows. She's been to the future. She understands.
I know.
Who's going to the major. Yeah.
Yes. I'm not going to tell you who. That's
yeah, but of course you won't.
Well, why would I?
And
I don't want to spoil.
That was actually the terms and conditions of time traveling, was that she wasn't allowed to spoil anything.
She can't speak anything like that because she might change the future then.
That is true. Blizzard, 400 IQ there. It does unfortunately bring us to the end of today. I know, don't cry too much because we will be back tomorrow. We're starting early. I think we're starting at, I don't even want to say what time in CST, but it's going to be earlier than today. So set your watches for that ambiguous time that I didn't give you guys, and we'll see you then.